Why?
Good evening, everyone. Adequate notice of this meeting was provided by sending such notice to the Asbury Park Press, the Middletown Patch, the Middletown Township School District website, and the posting of such notice at the first two minor administrative offices in each elementary, middle, and secondary school district.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Here.
Mrs. Minimes. Yes. Mrs. Skolasky. Here. Mr. Sombrowski.
Here.
Mr. Tultz.
Here.
Mrs. Wright.
Yeah, here.
Mrs. Caminiti.
Here.
Mrs. Tobacco.
Here.
Mr. Capone.
Here. I need a motion for executive session to discuss hidden matters and personnel matters.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Discussion? See you later.
1.
Good evening, everyone. Please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, good evening, everyone. We're going to start tonight off with our student speakers. First up from High School North, page 8. Don't see Paige. If she comes in, we'll get her next. From High School South is Ms. Sophia Casco here. Okay, moving on. Tonight we have our public hearing and adoption of the 2025-26 school district budget. We're now going to hand it over to Ms. Doherty for the presentation of the final 25-26 school year.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Amy Doherty. I'm the business administrator for the district, for those of you who don't know me. Tonight is our public hearing on our 25-26 proposed budget. And we're just going to go through some information on that so that everybody is familiar with what is being proposed this evening. We presented our tentative budget back in March. We've made some changes to the budget that are being presented here at the public hearing. There has been discussion, but for those of you who aren't familiar, we were approved for the submission of an application to the NJDOE for the tax levy incentive program. And that program allows the district to increase its tax levy above what's allowed in the budget law, which would be 2% regular increase and then any adjustments that would be made. In addition, the NJDOE was allocating additional state aid for those districts who chose to apply for this incentive and incorporate it into their budget to be an incentive, obviously, to get some additional revenue along with the tax levy. The reason why the district qualified for this program is that our budget was determined to be under adequacy based upon the NJDOE adequacy formula for an efficient budget. You can't see the screen. Well, the thing that really feels like. Thank you. Yeah, maybe we need to close the curtains. I mean, I guess I'll continue to talk through it, and if anybody wants to go back. This will be posted online after the meeting as well, so you'll be able to refer to it. So, moving on. Our final budget proposed includes an additional tax levy of $8,372,956 and $418,648 in additional state aid. That would be the state aid portion to match our tax levy that we are increasing. The utilization of the additional funds includes replacing savings from the proposed school closures and consolidations that were included in our tentative budget. It also maintains current class size caps of 25 for elementary, 28 for secondary, maintaining some interventionist positions that were slated to be eliminated to support student instruction, maintain some of the maintenance positions that we were going to have to cut, also restore some of the technology replacements that we were planning on previously eliminating. We also are accounting for the replenishment of our fund balance to 2% that the NJDOE required us to include in our budget plan for next year, since we are below the 2% recommended fund balance. For a district our size, and the fact that we virtually have no reserves, they were making that mandatory in order to even approve our tentative budget. It also includes the deposit of the $418,000 that we'd be receiving in state aid to replenish our maintenance reserve to some extent. I mean, we really are recommended to have more, but since this is a non-recurring revenue, we didn't build that in as an operating expense because we would not be getting that again for the following year. So the tax levy increase in the initial state aid totals $8,791,604, and that is the amount that we are under adequacy according to the state's calculations. The next couple of slides lay out the proposed revenue, and the items that are highlighted in yellow are the items that have changed since our tentative budget. So going through these, our tax levy reflects the increase that's included with the tax levy incentive program. The state aid includes the additional state aid. We also have a new operating revenue total that would total $195,747,650, and our increase in our operating revenue would be 9.73% for this year. Our remaining projected revenue would be the same because as you can see, last year we did utilize fund balance, capital reserve, maintenance reserve, and sale of property in addition to our operating revenues to support our budget. This year we would not be doing so. So although the increase in the operating revenue is 9.73%, the actual overall increase in revenue is 6.8% because of the loss of those other revenues. The next few slides detail out the expenses that have changed since the tentative budget, and it includes the add-backs for the elimination of the consolidations and the positions that we are looking to preserve with these funds. So going down to the total, well, first of all, just point out that we do have the mandatory replenishment of the fund balance in there, and our total operating expenses, again, would equal our revenues of $195,747,650 for a 6.8% increase for this year. I just wanted to point out some operating budget changes over time. Taking a look at our 2011-2012 operating budget, exclusive of capital expense, just to give you, and that's the point in time where we started with a 2% cap on our tax levy, and at that time our operating budget, exclusive of capital expense, because that will vary from year to year, was $142 million. This year's proposed capital budget, exclusive of capital expense and our fund balance replenishment, is a little over $193 million. So the increase over the 14-year period is $50,659,000. So looking at that equates to an operating budget increase of 35.5% over that period, or an average of 2.5% a year. Doing some research on the CPI for the same period, CPI increased 39% for an average of 2.79%. So you can see that our spending has been actually lower than what the CPI increase has been, which in real dollars means that our budget has actually shrunk. This might be hard for you to see, but I'll walk through it. Sorry about that. Non-recurring revenue, we wanted to give everybody a picture. We've talked about it for our current budget compared to last year, but the financial picture of the past 4 years includes a variety of funds that are not available to us going forward, and particularly for next year's budget. Items such as the sale of Fort Monmouth, which we included in our budget for this year. We've had multiple years where we've used fund balance, maintenance reserve. We've had some state funding that we no longer get. The SDA emergent needs, that was for capital items that the state had funds, they were giving us additional money for that. We also were receiving the ACERS aid, which is reimbursement of expenses, special ed expenses for our students who are between 18 and 21. We did even receive that for a few years. That program has been discontinued. We've had other pandemic funding. We had a year where we liquidated our legal reserve. We also utilized we received stabilization for aid 1 year, $2.2 million, which was wonderful, except that we don't continue to get that, so that funded things for that year, but we couldn't count on that going forward. So the total of all these things that I just pulled out over the past 4 years is nearing $20 million. So it's a significant amount, and it's really a lot of the explanation of why we're facing these challenges right now. If you take that over 4 years, it averages approximately $4.8 million per year. Additionally, it's anticipated that we will be needing to use, we have a reserve for our self-insurance fund, we will be needing to use a piece of that for this year to cover our claim expenses. So again, that would be something that would be not considered an operating revenue that would keep supporting our budget in the future. We updated our slide of our tax levy increases over time from 2011-2012 to 2025-26. This includes the 10.1% year-over-year increase in our tax levy that's being proposed for tonight. Even with this current year factored in, our average tax levy increase since the implementation of the 2% cap is 2.5%. So again, that just shows that over time, we have really been pretty close to that 2% cap overall. The components of our tax levy, as we went over with our tentative budget presentation, we have our 2%, which is the base amount. We have an adjustment for healthcare costs that we're eligible for based upon increases in the state plan compared to how much our plan is going up. 1.7% of the tax levy is for that. We are utilizing some bank tax levy cap from 23-24, 1.18%, and then the tax levy incentive program increase would be 5.22%. This will leave the district with no remaining bank cap to use in the future budget. So taking this new tax levy into account, we recalculated the impact on an average assessed home of $728,537. This is, again, we're going to stress for school tax only, and it's also not the official tax assessment calculation. We do ours based upon our levy and what the ratables are that we're given in an assessed valuation, and we calculate it that way. I know there's some other adjustments that are made at the township for assessments, but we can only do it with the information that we have. So taking this into account, the annual change for our operating tax impact would be $664 or $55 a month. Our debt service impact is 95 cents for the year, 8 cents a month. And our total would be $665.59 or $55.47 per month. Our tax rate for the school tax is actually going down because of the increase in the ratable. So even with the increase, our tax rate just bumps down slightly. This is a chart of the state aid that we received from 2010-11 through what will be given for next year. I know a lot of you have seen this slide multiple times. It does show that we did take that hit back in 2010, 2011, of those initial large state aid cuts. We did gain some ground back over time, but with the implementation of S2, we did see decreases for the past 7 years or so, and actually for the last 2 years, we received slightly more state aid. And we did talk about for next year one of the reasons for our increase is that the state calculated our state aid this year, and they ran the formula and didn't have special education aid at a set percentage for every district of percentage of your population, your student population that we classified, and instead ran it on our actual numbers. So we did see a benefit for that. Unfortunately, all the districts that were receiving an increase were capped at only a 6% increase for next year, and we would have been entitled to another roughly $2 million that had been capped at 6%. So although we're happy that they changed the formula calculation, we would like to actually receive the funds that we're entitled to under that calculation. But we did get 6%. This slide runs through the reductions that were made as a result of S2 over the 7 years. As you can see, 24-25, we actually received an increase in state aid based in some changes in our situation. So the total, if you look at that 7-year period of the amount of state aid that we reduced year over year was $3.5 million. And S2 is now fully implemented, and now going forward with state aid calculations, they'll be running the formula and then essentially deciding how much the state will fund and then how much money we would actually receive based on it. We did have a handful of proposed capital projects that this remains unchanged from when we did our tentative budget, totaling a little under $500,000. These are things that are primarily focused on safety items and things like that, so this hasn't changed. We also have some proposed equipment purchases totaling $649,000. There's some things for facilities to replace some equipment that is needed, some allowance for HVAC equipment, and server upgrades for our middle and high school security cameras because we are running out of storage space on those. We get the elementary ones this year because they are this year's budget. I just wanted to recap what we do have in our capital and maintenance reserve at the end of the June 30th, 2024 year. We did have some funds that were allocated for the 24-25 budget, so after those funds were allocated, our remaining balance in capital reserve is about $40,000. Our maintenance reserve is about $34,000, total about $76,000. The allowable reserves in capital maintenance at the bottom for our capital reserve, that would be equal to what's in a long-range facilities plan, and that's about $719 million. And the maintenance reserve is based upon maintenance costs that we need to 4% of the maintenance costs that we needed for an average of the years that they calculated for, so it would be $7.7 million. So you can see that we are well below what the allowable amounts of these reserves are. Now, I wouldn't expect that this district or any district will have these fully funded, but we really, this is a very low amount for a district of our size. This is our debt service status right now. Our outstanding debt at the end of this current year will be a little over $21 million. We have 3 outstanding bond issues. They will be paid off, as you can see. 2 of them will be paid off by August of 27, and the other one will be paid off in August of 29. These are the bonds that are paid off in that debt service portion of our tax levy. So since those are maturing, that is why we've been having discussions about looking at doing a large-scale project because we will completely pay off our debt service in the short term. So our budget timeline, the board approved our tentative budget on March 18th. We did submit the tentative budget to the county office for review. They approved it on April 23rd. We did advertise our budget in the Asbury Park Press on April 26th. The public hearing must be done between April 24th and May 7th. We are holding ours tonight. And the budget is on the agenda. The one thing that we will also share with everyone is that tax levy incentive aid, we are going to put in our resolution that it is pending DOE resolution because the and DOE is apparently delayed in issuing these letters, but we were instructed today by the DOE to go ahead and have our public hearing and proceed as we have presented everything, and we just have, once we get the letter, then everything's finalized. So that's all. Okay, well, we'll go through our
So I'm going to take it over from here because while this is all important and very informative, then the next question is where do we go from here, right? Because obviously there is a larger situation here that we've talked about over the course of the last probably 6 weeks. And we're all, I think, at this point of the recognition that we have to be doing a multitude of things in order to right the ship and get us back on track to financial health, so that way we can preserve the quality of education that we've come to know in Middletown. The first thing I want to go over and review are the reductions that occur in this budget. Because any iteration that we've talked about, whether it be school consolidation, tax increases at any price point, we were consolidating, or we were reducing $6 million approximately worth of costs. That has not changed. We are still dedicated to finding efficiencies with our budget and have really worked hard to do that over the course of the last few years. But we're also combating some of the things that Mrs. Doherty did show you this evening. So I want to talk to you generally first about where those reductions occur. I can't share specifics because a lot of this stuff is personnel driven, but I at least want you to know the monetary values and what parts of the budget they come from. So I've given you just a snapshot of the variety of areas, and when we crafted this budget and looked at where we were going to reduce things, our goal was to, number one, have no impact to the actual classroom experience of our students. That was primary goal number one. And then knowing that every area, every department would have to experience some type of reduction in some way, shape, or form. So we do have administrative cuts. We will be reducing our administrative footprint. And I just want to remind or inform people that oftentimes when we streamline administration, they have rights to other positions within the district. So you don't necessarily gain the salary of the administrator, you gain the salary of the person that they're bumping out, because there are all kinds of rights that people have to employment within the district. And we do have a lot of people in our administrative ranks that have worked for the district for many years in a multitude of capacities. So that comes into play when we look at a final figure for what are those administrative costs. So we are reducing the footprint. We are dedicated to doing that because we are a part of this equation as well. You'll see there are also support staff salaries and certificated staff salaries. Now, certificated staff does not just mean teachers in classrooms. I want to make sure I clarify that, because lots of our staff members have certificates. And most of this reduction, which is $2.4 million, simply comes from efficiencies in scheduling. We are always, every year at this point, looking for the greatest efficiency within our schedules and not maintaining positions that we can't give that individual a full schedule. That's a process we undertake every year because it's just good practice. Fortunately for us, we're big enough that we can absorb most of these things through attrition. So, that's the important thing about being a big district is you do have mobility, you do have people that hold multiple certifications, and we look to find and maintain the best teaching staff that are certificated to do those jobs and have potentially positions come offline, but not people, right? Because we want to employ the best and we want to maintain the best. So this 2.4, that is really, the majority of that comes from just simple efficiency. Our ESS contract, which is Effective School Solutions, we are going to be modifying our contract with them to realize a $500,000 savings. We do want to maintain them for some things because we feel that there are features of that contract that would be too expensive to mimic on our own, or prohibitive in the sense that we want kids to be in school as much as possible. We don't want delays in having students be screened to return to school when in crisis. So we have found success with partnering them for those things. We will also not be losing a level of service. Actually, we will be gaining because our ESS contract, they limit the number of students that the clinicians can actually work with. So we will be able to expand that by employing some of our own clinicians within the district. So we will save $500,000 by not partnering in the same manner that we have with ESS before. We have supplies and materials. Most of these are digital tools that are either underutilized or not priorities at this point. And there are a variety of them. I shared a list with the board of the digital tools we currently use, and we've really scrubbed that down and have done an audit of that over the last several years. When I was in my former position as the assistant superintendent in charge of curriculum, we really took a hard look at usage and whether or not the amount of money we were paying for some of these tools was being used district-wide and by many teachers and students, and there are just some that were not. So we've taken them offline already, and we review that information every year. Our out-of-district professional development, this was a topic that was brought up by some community members at many of our boards, and absolutely, we do have a skill set within our district where many of our teachers are talented and skilled, as our administrative team. So internally, providing professional development. We also reap the benefits of federal money in Title II funds that can be used if we do want to send teachers out of district. We do also fund a position with that Title II money for class size reduction. So we do have a minimal amount, but we can carve that out if we do have a need to send teachers outside of the district. So we can extract this additional monies that we've built into our budget. Our infrastructure projects, we have certainly tabled many of them because as Mrs. Doherty showed in her slideshow, we are focused primarily on safety things that are urgent need and safety concerns within the district. So that number reflects those that we took out of the budget that are not high on the priority list. Summer programming, not our ESY program, but our summer SOAR program, which is primarily focused on our intervention students. We would be temporarily suspending that until a time where we potentially could add it back in the future maybe. Our school budget reduction. So to clarify that, every year our buildings get an allocation in the budget to provide classroom teachers with supplies, paper, all of those other things that the building needs to operate effectively on the day-to-day related supplies and materials. Last year we reduced that by 10%. This year, we're going to reduce it by 10% more, and you'll see the total of those reductions there. Equipment for maintenance, again, Mrs. Doherty had showed you some of the equipment we are still going to purchase because we need it to perform the basic functions within the district, but things that are not a priority, we have taken out. Technology replenishment, this is the remaining amount that, or this is the amount that we would be taking out of our line item that we have for replenishment. We have moved away from a one-to-one initiative for our younger students, K-2. They have carts with technology available now, which minimizes the replenishment. But I will say, if you've ever seen a middle schooler with a Chromebook, there's a need for replenishment in some way, shape, or form. It's amazing how they get all those keys out. But so we do have to have some kind of money available to be able to replace and repair things that are in a state of disrepair. And our CLB contract, which was our legislative lobbyist contract, that, just right now in this time, we just can't afford to do that. So all of those things together, as you can see, total that $6 million, which I will say was in any iteration. There were always going to be reductions, and we've dedicated ourselves administratively to really looking at each and every line of the budget to ensure that what we're spending our dollars on gives us the maximum bang for our buck, so to speak, and drives us towards the greatest efficiency. We did a massive schedule overhaul last year that served us well, and we're continuing to reap those benefits this year in that certificated staff item that I shared. So I wanted you to have perspective of those reductions. What I want to talk about next steps, because whatever gets approved this evening, there are still things that need to be done. And the hard work is just beginning, so I'm hoping that everybody sticks around because this is where it's going to get harder in the sense of work, but it's also gonna, in my opinion, get exciting, right? Because all of you sitting here tonight obviously have a vested interest in some way, shape, or form and care about this district a great deal, as do I and the board members. So we need to be strategic, and so I want to share with you the steps that we're going to take to do that. So first, we're going to continue, which we already started with our strategic planning. We are going to partner with New Jersey school boards. They will be a neutral party that will facilitate stakeholder engagement across the board. And those 3 dates we worked out with them because it's based on their availability. I will have a flyer that will be going out to the school community on Friday. I wanted to present here first. There is a link to a form for interest. It's just for planning purposes. It's not a commitment. It's just so school boards has an idea of how many people to plan for, because you do a lot of things in small group. These will all be held here at High School North, just because it's the biggest venue with common space, and information when you get the flyer will be in there. We will also, coupling with that, and I've already sent out an email to our principals and the heads, the presidents of our parent organizations, a steering committee, who we would like to have representation from all 16 of our school communities, as well as the board, the community. Anyone who resides in Middletown can be a stakeholder and be a participant, and we would like to have representation on the steering committee. Once we have that group, we will be meeting as a steering committee because they will be more intimately involved with the actual analysis of the information that's gathered at the strategic planning sessions, in addition to the survey that we were able to send out, because that had a lot of good information in it, in addition to working with what I'll talk about next, our efficiency study data that we're going to be gaining from partnering with another consultant. So our district efficiency study, we're going to partner with Ross Haber Associates, and it's 2-pronged. The first piece is they will do a facilities utilization analysis. The second part is a boundary analysis. They're going to start their work with us on June 1st. They will spend the month of June really focusing on the buildings and engaging with building leadership to get kind of the lay of the land, see building usage, talk to principals about needs in the buildings, and actually look at the actual buildings and how those things are being utilized. The other piece is the boundary analysis, which they will do mostly over the summer because really they just need to get information from us. They need to be able to get into our systems, find out where students are residing, et cetera, because they will do a mapping of all that, and they will present with us in their report, which we anticipate getting in mid to late September, of recommendations for the district in how our boundaries could be redesigned, how our buildings could be best utilized, things that may be aging and we should take offline, any recommendations for potential upgrades or construction projects that we may need to do. And this report will be instrumental. Now, this is only one piece of the strategic plan because the strategic plan is really comprehensive. But this report will be a real big driver of the piece that has to do with finance, facilities, and programming in the future. And it is I believe the steering committee can be instrumental in looking at that information and also helping to craft the action plans that we will eventually have to employ within the strategic plan. So this is on the fast track. I mean, this is all going to happen between now and September, because whatever the landscape looks like in the long run, I think we all know that something has to change in order for us to be put back on the right track. So I share with you the multiple things that are important in this bigger picture for us as a district. Number one, partnering with the school community through the strategic planning process and the steering committee to plan for the future of the district. Supporting the district budget through a tax levy increase. And I'll remind you, any iteration of any plan we have put forward had an increase within it. So I say this generally. This action grows the district's revenue at whatever point it is, and it favorably compounds in the future, because 2% of more is just more, right? So I think that's important to remember. We want to utilize the results from the efficiency study to make decisions such as downsizing the district footprint and/or rezoning schools that will enable the district to operate in the most efficient manner possible. Being more efficient helps to realize cost savings. When your footprint shrinks, you need less people to cover that landscape, whether it be administratively or staff member-wise. And when we get to a place of financial health, to provide more resources for our students and our families, because now you have the ability to do so. We want to continue to seek methods for reducing expenses within the operating budget without sacrificing the student experience. I'm a public educator. My heart lies with students. And not touching the student experience in a negative way is really, really important to me, as I know it is to all of you. And finally, using data from the efficiency study to plan for long-range facilities upgrades across the district. It is no secret that our facilities need to be upgraded. They are aging or aged, right? They're not on the young side, and especially at our elementary schools, we lack large common spaces. I was an elementary principal here for a few years. I've been in every elementary school, obviously, in this district, and I see it in action firsthand. You know, we need to do something about our facilities in addition to all of these other things that I'm talking about tonight. So, you know, I wanted you to know that this is not the end of the road. In fact, it's really just the beginning. I'm excited. I think, as Mrs. Rumi said at our last meeting, silver linings, right? The silver lining of all this is that we're engaged in a conversation that's really important, and we have a community-wide captive audience and a lot of really smart people that really care about the kids in this community. So I encourage you to participate in this. I encourage you to be a part of it. You know, and I thank you for listening and for you know, going through this process, because I feel like it was, even if it was hard at times in a lot of ways, I feel like it was valuable and important. So with that, I thank you, and I guess we're gonna open the mic to public comment on the budget, because that's the next piece of this.
Mentioned down in the microphone comment on our budget. Anybody who wishes to think about it, please step forward, state your name, and address the door. Yes, sir.
Trying to kill me already. I didn't say anything. What is it?
Oh, everybody else.
I know, first of all, I'm going to address the board. I told a couple of you some time ago that no good deed goes unpunished. And your service, I understand what you're going through. I used to serve on the board of Monmouth University, but I used to be a commissioner of New Jersey Sports and Exposition Authority. And I can say I've been in some lively meetings. This is not a lively meeting. It's not what I really expected to see here today. I mean, I saw busloads of people coming in and cursing at the commissioners and personally attacking them. And this is not what we have here. We have a bunch of volunteers, in my mind, who are trying to do the best they can. And they see things differently. And I get that. I see things differently. But they're servants. They're not getting paid for this. There's really nothing that good. So, based on what I've been reading in the newspapers and so forth, I don't have any children or grandchildren here. But it's hard to avoid what's going on. I love Middletown. I've been in Middletown for 25 years. And I've done a lot, I think I've done a lot for the community. For those of you who may or may not have seen Brandon's Victim, I want to thank the board once again. I rented the Proclamations school, it was our home base. And I think we did a brilliant film, and I would say to you, those of you who don't know, Brandon's Victim was well filmed around here, and you should go out and rent it tonight or buy it tonight because I need the money. Okay. I just gonna give a little bit more background about me. Is that I am on the board of Monmouth University. I was on the board of the University of District of Columbia. I was very much involved in a program called Jumpstart, which is a program to help inner city kids get a jump start on reading. I was also on the board of Oak Hill Academy. I ran public companies. Actually, I turned around a lot of companies. We ran public companies, American Eagle Outfitters, Retail Ventures, you may know that, TSW Shoe Warehouse. A lot of people, especially know TSW Shoe Warehouse, all right? Body Shop of America, you may even know that, all right? Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you now. I am going to tell you now because I know all of you in the booth are really excited to know what this is. But here it is. We have to make business decisions all the time. Right? Business decisions are hard. It's not easy. It's not easy to do the right thing. When we make business decisions, we have to take a look at the greater good. We have to take a look at the benefit to everybody. We have to take a look at the benefit to the stakeholders, to the shareholders. Doing the right thing is often difficult. So when I started looking at all of the things that are going on, and I'll tell you, I only get what I read in the newspaper. Maybe it's not right, although I did see some stuff mentioned on New Jersey 12. It says that we need to raise $17 million in taxes largely, so we do not have to close 2 schools. About 550 people. All right, let me finish, and then if somebody here wants to correct me, please.
Public comment, it's supposed to be limited to 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, well, I wasn't told that when I walked in, so I'll be quick. What I will say now, my name is George Culver. I live in Middletown for 25 years, as I said. All right, 884 Navasink River Road, Locust, New Jersey. Okay. So one of the things I do want to say is $17 million for about 650 students equates to about $30,000 a student. If you add that to the 20,000, we're educating students for $50,000 a year. We're going to still educate them, all right? But we're designating $50,000 a year for students, and $17 million, that's 6%. $17 million could be better used, in my mind, for all the students, for 93% of the students. It's sad that you have to close. We've lost, I don't know, what, 15% of the student population. And I'm going to lay one more thing. I've taught ethics, and I've taught responsibility. I've taught, I teach it now. Columbia University School of Business, and if you could be a little respectful, please. I get you, all right? I will just say this much. When I was a commissioner in New Jersey, they went well out of their way to ensure that I learned that if I had a conflict of interest, that I was to abstain, not even engage in the conversations. I don't know if any of you do have a conflict, for or against. But if you have a conflict, you should abstain. Listen, I'm through. I'm sorry I've taken more than 3 minutes. I didn't know the rules, but I thank you for your time on this.
I live 423 7th Avenue, technically in Atlantic Highlands, mailbox, but I do live in Middletown. It's not hard to do the right thing. I don't know what any of that was all about. It's not hard to do the right thing. The right thing is to secure our children's education and our property values, because that does the most good for the most people. receiving and how much lower the reserves are when in 2021 we had capital reserves of $4 million. The last time I was here, I was the one who stood up and said, don't give me a whole lot of who shot John. That's what we got. I have the same questions today as when I spoke here last time. What happened to our money? What happened to the $4 million that were in the capital reserve? Where did it go? What was spent on? I know at least where some of it went, because as last time I said, we had a 40% increase year over year in legal fees. And by then we had a projected deficit of $7.6 million in 2023-24. So I don't know where all of these new savings came from, but I don't know why they weren't available in prior years, so that we didn't get ourselves into the hole that we are in now. I also have a question where we heard the board say tonight that they didn't get a copy of the presentation before this evening. Why was it able to be published in the Asbury Park Press on the 26th, and our board members still have not seen it tonight? I'm sorry, I did not grow up in a school district as wonderful as this. I grew up in a literal crack neighborhood in Brooklyn. I know what my children have, and I'm not giving it away to anyone. And I'm going to be honest now, stare adoringly at your political heroes and use our children as stepping stones for your political ambitions. Why were we not forthright with this before the election last fall? Why were we asked to vote 2 times on open space initiatives when this was on the horizon and you said nothing about it? Money and we can never mix the two. Why are we spending so much money on a town hall? Why did we spend so much money on a veterans building? Now, if anyone wants to question my bona fides as the daughter of a veteran, I will have that conversation with you. Why are we doing this if we're out of cash? Why are we purchasing space from Matter Day if we're out of cash? Why are we having the sewer authority disclaim for our sewers if there's a problem, if we're out of money? Why are we constantly putting these things back on the taxpayer in Middletown without accounting for the funds and where they've already been spent? I also noticed that tonight in these savings, you don't include anything about aftercare, when it seems like this aftercare program was chosen because it delivers extra revenue to the district, but does not do anything extra for our kids, and is about twice as much as it would be. Oh my God! It's going to go up though, right? It's going to go up?
No, it's not, actually.
It's not. Then we need to be truly transparent and accountable to the taxpayers, to the parents, and to the citizens of this town, because whatever ethics discussion we want to have, we're not having that one. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Devin. My children attend Boca Plaza and Thompson Elementary. I want to thank the previous woman for giving me a sounding board to step on. Good evening, board. I'm here to speak about the fact that you did decide to change the aftercare and before care provider without speaking to us yet again. Oh, better? Okay. I'm here because you chose to change the before and aftercare program without speaking to parents yet again. I remember a few years ago when you were going to switch companies then, and the reason why you stopped was because you realized that it was going to cost more for the parents, and significantly more. Well, here we are again. Now the new company, KC Champions, currently services a few districts in the area. I've done my research. I called them today and spoke with them myself. They told me that they do not currently offer in any school district a prorated amount depending on the amount of time you use. So,
There are no hourly rates, but a flat day rate for all of the school districts they currently serve. And since you have yet again not provided us with the rates, we will have to go off the 25-26 rates for Keensburg that I currently obtained by speaking with them today. I spoke with Casey Champions. Because I highly doubt that the company would take on Middletown Public Schools to make less money. Especially since you plan on making money for the school district through this program. It was on the agenda. Currently, the YMCA charges a fee to parents based on their usage. You can drop off at 7 or 7:45. You can pick up by 4, 5, or 6. Your rate is then based on when you drop off and pick up. For example, I have one child attending before and after care 3 days a week. I drop off at 7:45 and pick up by 5. I pay $220 a month for this service. Casey Champions gave me the rate of $45 per week for 1 to 3 days of before care, and told me that it does not matter whether or not you use 3 days or 1 day, you must pay the $45. They also charge for 3 days of aftercare $65 per week. So a parent such as me, based on those rates, because like I said, every district they service does not have an hourly rate, they already told me that. My rate would go up to $420 per month from $220. That would equate to $2,200 for the year. $2,200. I also spoke with another mother today who has 2 children attending before and after care, not 1. She calculated the same rate and hers would go up by $4,000. And she told me she would probably have to stop working her extra hours if that was the case. The amount of money that would break a working family. How can it be okay for the tax levy to increase by 10% and then also tell parents that the child care will go up by not hundreds but thousands? The only thing I have to say is that I'm disgusted. The way I see it, one of 2 scenarios occurred. You either did not do your due diligence when getting the quotes from these companies and the actual cost to the parents, or worse, you did know and you just didn't care. I implore you to please do not switch before and after care before you've actually given us the rates and we can see for ourselves. Because after speaking with the company today, it sounds like our rates are going to double. Please do not switch companies that will cost working families thousands. You cannot balance the budget on the backs of the working parents. Either way, anyone else considering voting for a Board of Ed in the future, that will be a great platform to run on, saving parents thousands. Sincerely, a fed up parent.
This is about the public comment on our budget only at this point, and then agenda item will come after. It's just a heads up.
Hi, Catherine Heather. I want to talk about the facts. So first of all, thank you so much because you're not from Leonardo or Nixon or Bayshore, and we need your voice in the room. Secondly, I really am frustrated with the framing that this is a tax increase to save 3 schools. It is a tax increase to make one small step in a very dysfunctional budget. There are no this exact deficit has been predicted by your own consultants that you hired years ago, and you knew exactly when it was coming, and you said nothing. You did nothing. We talked a little bit about doing the right thing is sometimes hard. Tell me what doing the right thing looks like when you refuse state money because a quote doesn't have enough of a carrot for us to accept. What's the right carrot? I agree strategic planning is needed. It was needed for years. You said you were doing it years ago. And so while I love the slide and the excitement about the next steps, I have little to no faith that it's going to be done properly and on the up and up. Because it just hasn't been historically. Many people here have been on a steering committee and they know what strategic planning looks like. You're talking about the mission statement and the values and not having curriculum that's too woke. You did nothing of substance in that strategic plan. But I could have asked ChatGPT to make it for me today, and it would have said all of the same things. So what we really need here is actual engagement. I don't see, after hearing from parents that are in the other schools that my kids are not going to and how overcrowded they are, I don't think that the silver bullet here is reducing the footprint and shoving everybody together. There is a concept about what it's going to mean for kids in Nut Swamp and Thompson, and I'll tell you what it's going to mean. It's going to mean that they're going to take all of our kids, bus them across town, and shove them in the overcrowded halls with your kids. That's what it means. So what do you get out of not closing our schools? At least you're staying at the level of overcrowded that you already are at, and it's not getting worse. It is not a tax increase to save 3 schools. It's a tax increase to make a very small step and a long slew of steps that need to be made to get back in financial health. That's all I have to say.
Very well, please take a public comment. Please state your name and address for record. Thank you.
Yes, Mary Lee, Port Monmouth. I'm here as an educator of 27 years, and I know this is happening all across the state. However, a tax increase is not going to solve the problem. And in Port Monmouth, they closed the school, and it happened, and it was not good, but it happened. And it's inevitable. The schools are going to close, so increasing the taxes is not the best idea. And I have to relieve my babysitter, so I just want to say the YMCA, I see one of them here, fantastic organization, my kids love it. Most of the workers are parents. Parents do not make a lot of money. Parents are working for their as their second job. And my boys love them, they do a great job. Thank you.
Derek Soul, 511 Atlantic Avenue. You not hear me? I appreciate everyone's interest here and everything. I don't have anything written. I just wanted to say quickly to the gentleman who spoke about being an ethics professor, I think that we'd all agree it's unethical to get up and spout misinformation. We know everyone. This is certainly not about spending this whole tax increase in order to save these schools. Other people have said it, I just want to say it again. I also want to say, I didn't grow up in New Jersey. I grew up someplace that funds their schools in kind of a normal way, like other places would, with a percentage tax on the value of your house. Everyone up here talks about a tax increase. There's not been a tax increase. Ms. Doherty said it in her presentation. There's been a tax decrease. There have been tax decreases continuously as a percentage of the value of your house, right? We aren't increasing taxes. We're keeping up with inflation. And if you look at the value of your house and the percentage of the value that you pay now compared to a few years ago, what it'll be next year compared to this year, it's going down. These aren't tax increases. It's just maintaining the tax rate. Why do we call them tax increases? It's nuts. So that's it.
Hi, my name is Lauren Stewart. I reside at 18 Sutton Place in Middletown. I live in Nut Swamp. I was raised here in Middletown, and I moved here back in 2019. I came back here because I wanted to raise my kids here. And I'm disgusted with what's happened in the past couple weeks. This is horrendous. Just the rollout of all these policies, it's been disgusting. My kids go to Nut Swamp, and they theoretically would be impacted by the theoretical closure of these schools. But I feel for all my friends that are attending Nut Swamp, or attending Leonardo, and attending Navy Sing School. It's horrible. Why would you break up these communities and change everything? And seeing the rollout of these potential closures, now we're just on high alert for everything. So this week, I get an email from the YMCA. My kids go to the Fort here, and they say, hey, if you care about your kids getting YMCA care, you better go to the meeting on Thursday, because they fired us. And I'm in the same boat as you, where I use the tiered schedule, and I drop off at 7:45, and I have one son that goes there currently. Next year, I'm gonna have 2, and in 4 years, I'm gonna have 3. And so my prices won't double, they'll triple over the next couple of years. And this isn't a decision that you made overnight without notifying us. It wasn't even addressed tonight in this meeting.
Just getting to it, this is only supposed to be about the budget.
Okay, but I just think it's ridiculous that here we are as
Just to
residents.
clarify, there's a process that we have to go through that we're required to, by law, in order to, secure contracts. And we were due for an RFP on our aftercare program. Like, that's a process that we have to engage in, and it's an internal process where we have to vet providers. And there is a lot of information that I'm gonna correct tonight, because as much as there are people saying it, there is not a rate increase. We have a side-by-side comparison. We are a large district. We negotiate our own rate. Yes, they do have standard rates for other smaller districts, but that is not our rate. We are saving money in this, we're generating more revenue, and we will have more flexibility and availability for our parents. The bottom line is, the program is also better.
So I would love that information. Of the YMCA. Why are you doing that?
And I am sorry, but we have evaluated the program based on the measures that we're required to, and parents are not involved in the RFP process.
I support the RFP process. I think that's very, very smart. I really do. But the information that I saw before this meeting was similar to what you saw, which just showed kickbacks. It showed kickbacks that were greater.
Well, that is part of the proposal, and that is why we're speaking about it tonight. I know, and listen, we have no control over what the YMCA sends out to parents. We have legal timelines in which to notify and post those proposals and also our outcomes. And so we really are required to do things in a certain timeline and fashion when it comes to the RFP process. So tonight, actually, as part of my superintendent's report, this is part of what I'm speaking about. Because I would think that we would all want to save money, and programmatically, when we go to a site and visit and actually see a program in action that provides heightened engagement and support for our students, and also more flexibility for our parent community, drop-in availability, holiday care, it really checked many more boxes than the YMCA does. And we value our relationship with the YMCA, but this was far too great of an opportunity for us to not entertain pursuing it. So please give us a chance to explain it and share it with you. And again, I will reiterate, our goal is not to hide anything. Our goal was to speak about it tonight. And we are the host for this program. We are not the vendor of the program. We partner with them as a service to our families, but there is a process that we have to undertake that we are bound by. And we use a committee to evaluate this.
Did you even read your reviews online?
I only put so much stock into reviews that anybody can write on social media. I tend to listen to other educators that are involved with their programming. So we're going to continue with public comment on the agenda for the budget.
Thank you for hearing my comment. The last thing I'll say is the drop-in rate that I researched was excessive. It was much higher than what would be normal. So if you think the drop-in is an advantage, it's not such an advantage compared to what we have right now. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
State your name and address for the record.
My name is Megan Mumber, Northern Drive, Leonardo. Good evening. I am not here to try and sway you one way or the other with voting tonight. I'm here as a parent and a deeply concerned member of this community, and I'm outraged at the Board of Ed. I have 2 amazing daughters at Leonardo, one in 3rd and one in 5th. Any changes this year or the years after will deeply impact my children, just like it will impact so many others. The past month and a half has been nothing short of devastating. What we've witnessed is not leadership. The decisions or lack thereof by this board have not been made with our children in mind. They have been made for political convenience, self-preservation, and optics. Instead of coming together board has turned on each other, and it is disgraceful. There was never a real full plan, just reactionary decisions thrown together without real foresight or structure. The idea that Bayshore could simply be absorbed into 2 middle schools without preparation is unrealistic and irresponsible. Thompson parents were already raising concerns about their class sizes, and Thorne isn't prepared to absorb the current number of students. And the notion of shifting elementary students into a middle school building without necessary adjustments, physically or emotionally, is a disservice to our students and our teachers. Let me be very clear. This is not just about the so-called 5% of complaining parents. Not just about 2 elementary schools. This is about a community that is rightfully demanding better. Better for their children, better for the future. We are not just emotional, we are informed, we see the numbers, and we see the failure of leadership that has gotten us here. We are not okay with overcrowded schools. We are not okay with being told there's no other way when absolutely nothing had been done. We are not okay with the board acting like they did not see this coming. Yes, many are upset about this proposed tax increase. I am too. Who would not be? This is all ridiculous. But let's not forget many of the voices that are now being forcefully pitted against parents to divide us have already had the privilege of sending their children through a better funded, better supported system. Wouldn't you try to find a way to fight for the same opportunities if it were your child? And even if these closures happen, your taxes, they were still going up. That was always in the plan, always. And so many ideas were brought forward by the public, ideas this administration and board weren't capable of producing for years. We've heard about land sales and the town stepping in to help cover the cost of Class 3 officers. Deals were made at shared service meetings, and then public announcements were followed up with nothing to come of it. So I ask, where did it all go? What happened to the collaboration? Why wasn't any of it pursued? And it all came off the table for what reasons? Mr. Capone, in your recent patch commentary, you called closures inevitable. But I ask you, where was your effort to stop it for years? Where was the responsibility to prepare us if it was inevitable? What I've seen are press releases and political stunts, carefully timed for personal promotion and self-preservation. And now, you want to play the savior to the taxpayers with your no vote. The truth is, you and others here have put us here. When a communication breaks down and fingers are getting pointed in the press the night before voting, this becomes clear. This is not about our children. This is about politics. Our children seem to be the very last concern right now. I am a mother who refuses to let her children's future be decided by people who are more focused on the headlines than the hallways. I have taught my children to stand up for what's right, so I am here. And nothing this administration or board has done is right. So, tonight, I am calling for accountability. We've been using that word a lot. I am calling for the resignation of any board member who has failed our children through silence, complacency, and political hostility. I am calling for the resignation of board members who have met or stood by when action was needed. I call for the resignation of members who have spent years looking away from this problem. Years. I call especially for the resignation of Mr. Capone and Ms. Tabacco. You have shown time and time again that your priorities are not aligned with what's best for our children. Voting no tonight will not erase years of inaction. resign, you vote you out, recalls, however it gets done. We are awake now, we see who's who, and you need to be held accountable. Thank you.
In North Middletown. So I'm a lifelong Middletown resident. I'm a high school North graduate. I am a Middletown homeschool mom. I've been a medical freedom advocate in our state for nearly the last 12 years, and I'm a local law enforcement family. So I would like to start by reading a post from yesterday from Jackie Tobacco's Facebook. I would love to share a screenshot of it, but I had to have this printed out because she actually blocked me 4 years ago on Facebook, so I can't check her Facebook. So somebody had to send this to me. Anybody else? You got blocked too? Yeah. There's a couple of us, yeah. It's weird, it's almost like it's just... It is, and it sounds just wildly unethical to block constituents. I think she picked a fight with me online before she knew who I am and that I have a big mouth, but she knows me now, so it's good. And if she's still confused, you'll know damn well who I am after this. So I was absolutely tickled with excitement to read this yesterday, to hear that Jackie actually has the taxpayers' backs now. So I'll read it to you, just for those of you who didn't catch it on Facebook. If you're not blocked, you probably saw it. So I'm standing with our taxpayers. I cannot support a budget that imposes a 10.1% tax hike, 500% above previous increases, that provides no increase in educational benefits and nearly delays the inevitable school closures. Well, shit. So, in 2023, a group of local homeschool moms struggled to have their voices heard in front of this board. As taxpayers, they wanted the local homeschool community to have an option in access to participating in sports and clubs, as some towns allow, right? This idea was shot down by Jackie and some of the board. So while Jackie definitely did not support taxpayers in 2023 when she turned her back on the tax-paying homeschool community of Middletown, I'm very excited to hear that she's had a change of heart and will now be supporting taxpayers. I look forward to revisiting that issue. So I want to be very clear. I do not support a tax hike. I do not support closing schools, but what I do support is the truth. There are things that are true, and then there is also the truth. True, the board is proposing a ridiculous tax hike that I think anyone should be outraged over. The truth is that Jackie and Frank, this is their mess. This is their mess. They have to clean up that mess. So as your Board of Ed president and vice president of the last 5 years, as well as both being on the finance committee, both of them, they have ran our school district into the ground. So this board basically is left with two choices to remedy this $10 million deficit. Those choices are basically bad and worse. Pick one. Pretty simple, right? So you have bad, which is closing schools, which is a short-term solution and does not solve the budget problem. Maybe for the next year or two it will, but that's about it. And then you have worse, which is raising taxes on everyone when we already pay enough. So there's no good option here. Something else I would also like to point out is that the proposed tax raise is for the school portion of your taxes. This is not a raise in your annual tax bill. Again, I am not in favor of raising any tax, but let's be clear here on the facts, as you see a lot of people who think that this is their annual tax bill is raising by 10.09% or whatever. So people like Frank and Jackie prey on the people of this town who are not informed, who are not sitting here today, who are at home, who are not at home watching, and they prey on people who will only catch a patch article headline and go about their day. Do not allow yourselves to be gaslit by the members of this board who caused this mess. Do not fall into the trap they set to pin this on the rest of the board. This is their mess. So yes, is this tax hike true? It is. But the truth behind it is that years of failed leadership, corruption, backroom handshakes behind closed doors,
fiscal irresponsibility and cushy jobs being handed to some board family members. It's all a result of incompetent leadership of the Board of Ed president and vice president. So they have failed your schools, they have failed your students, they have failed your teachers, they have definitely failed taxpayers, and they have failed our town. I would, however, like to thank Jackie Tobacco and Frank Capone for setting a standard for all other districts in our state. The standard and blueprint for how to effectively run your school district into the ground. Instead of getting good and moral public servants, we got two horrendous wannabe politicians in Jackie and Frank. In closing, I would like to respectfully ask for both Frank Capone and Jackie Tobacco to resign in disgrace. So that we can have responsible and ethical people in the seats that you sit in. To the other board members who are left holding the bag in this mess, I do not envy your positions. You are left with an absolute disaster because of the destructive and self-serving leadership of this board. I truly hope this situation has opened your eyes and it will embolden all of you to do better, to work together, to be forthcoming, and most of all, to have the utmost integrity in everything that you do. Thank you.
I'm at 170 Grand, and this is the first time I've actually prepared remarks ahead of time, so please bear with me as I read. I'm not very good at doing it. What I've seen here in the last 6 weeks are board members that take their role seriously and those that take their position for their own benefit. 7 members of this board have watched, listened, made difficult decisions that can very well make people angry enough to vote them out of office. That shows courage, conviction, and the kind of people that I want representing my family when difficult decisions are made. I am not looking for you to agree with me or the issues that I support at every turn, but I am looking for a board that fulfills their role as board members and works for the common good. So what is that? We've heard it a few times already tonight. According to the New Jersey school boards, the school board has a dual role to represent the concerns of the citizens, taxpayers, and parents of the school administrators, and to represent the needs of the students and the school district to the citizens, taxpayers, and the parents of the community. The school board does not operate the district on a day-to-day basis. That's the job of the superintendent, who is the district's chief executive. Rather, the school board sets the policies, goals, and objectives for the district, and holds the superintendent responsible for implementing the policies and achieving the goals. We say that one part again. To represent the concerns of the citizens, taxpayers, and parents to the school administrators, and to represent the needs of the students and school district to the citizens, taxpayers, and parents of the community. As a seasoned board member, Mr. Capone and Ms. Tobacco, you should know what is expected of you in this role. Instead, you're representing your own political aspirations and forgetting the fact that you represent the needs of the school and students to the citizens and taxpayers. You had no problem standing up to the state government when it suits you and your political future to get on TV to make a statement, but you seem to have an issue with communicating the needs of the district when it comes to the money that you allowed to be misspent and misappropriated for the past 5, 6, I don't know, however many years. Instead of being leaders on this board and doing what is best for the district and in the long term, the taxpayers and citizens of this town, you're taking the short-term gain of being the opposition in fighting for the taxpayers and allowing your fellow members to do the hard work. You're throwing your colleagues under the bus and allowing for misinformation to get out there as talking points instead of working together as a Board of Education to advise and create policy for the district for the administration to be able to do their jobs. Presented by the mayor wouldn't be approved, and advocate for the town to help in taking the financial burden of keeping our children in school safe with the officers, or Or you could explain how it is physically impossible to have the original consolidation plan in place by September, instead of allowing Facebook pages, one-sided patch articles that you frequent to be breeding grounds for division and misinformation. This would also be where you can share that although enrollment has changed, so has education. Policies, procedures, and overall teaching has changed, and so has the way that educators are expected to physically use space in their classrooms. Classrooms have become more inclusive, and children have more space in a school to get all sorts of services to support their education, not just reading and writing and math at one desk, when it was when these buildings were built. If we have so much space in our schools due to lack of enrollment, for example, why are art, music, and library experiences brought to classrooms on a cart? Shouldn't we have lots of other space for all these things to happen? We will not forget your leadership here, and we will support the other board members as they have supported the children and citizens of Middletown. Which brings us to the common good, the concept of basic civic education. You'll have to forgive me, the teacher means going to come out a little here. But due to the civics mandate that was put in place by the state a couple years ago, we were tasked with teaching civics to 6th graders for a full semester, so I'm pretty versed, and to be fair, it's kind of my favorite thing to talk about. We start with a lesson on the common good as the foundation for government and society. There are 2 definitions of the common good. One says they are actions that governments take that are either shared for or the benefit of the whole community. This includes things like building and maintaining schools, municipal buildings, parks, fixing roads, picking up garbage, you get the idea. All the things that are infrastructure for any community. We as individuals don't all use these services all the time, but when we need them, they are there and they are functioning. The second definition of the common good is that they are actions that individuals take for the benefit of the community rather than simply their own self-interest. We, the citizens, decide who represent us and put our trust in and pressure on these representatives to enact and carry out the laws to improve society for us all. In this case, we vote for you to set the policies and guidelines for the district to follow and support our children in school. The common good, or general welfare for our friends that love to quote the Constitution, does not mean that every policy is good for every person. That is impossible. That is where the hard decisions come and where you have to have the courage of your convictions, not future political aspirations, at the forefront of your mind when making these decisions. There are many people that may not directly benefit from this budget. However, it is for the common good and long-term financial health of our district, and it's important that it passes. Then, the hard work of continuing to work toward that common good of our students and the town comes to play, as Dr. Alfo mentioned in her presentation earlier. This is where the individuals together work toward the betterment of our town and schools. It's a place where the needs of our community come above those of the individual. Our democracy depends on all people, not just the elected leaders, to recognize and support this common good. And we have had a great jump in the last 6 weeks where our community has come together. They worked tirelessly to present all the suggestions and ideas that have been flushed out. There are more, and I look forward to seeing what we will do when we continue to come together. Since the start of our country, 2 things have been at the center of all communities: town meetings and the schoolhouse. It was important for them that all children learn to read the Bible. While most of our reasons have changed, this idea that all kids get a free and appropriate public education is still the center of our community, and one that we all care deeply about. For all this, I am hopeful, because believe it or not, I've seen across Middletown people that really do care about our community and the best way forward. We count on you to support the district in achieving these goals and to do so in a transparent way. To the citizens of Middletown, we're here, we're ready to work, and we hope that you'll come and join us. There's a lot to do, and while we have many different ideas on how to get it done, we do have the common good of our community as the central goal, and we will elect board members that do the same.
Yeah.
Tough job following the lady with the quiet baby. My name is Eric Dowell. I live in Davis, Inc. And a couple thank yous in order. As an initial matter, thank you very much to the administration, in particular Superintendent Alcone, and in particular Ms. Doherty. This has been an interesting 6 weeks, and it takes a lot to put forth a plan and then listen to people who are opposed to that plan and engage with them. That's exactly what we did. You listened to the community, you interacted with the board, or at least most of the board, and you ultimately worked hard to put together a budget that makes sense in the difficult circumstances in which we find ourselves. And as a reminder to everyone watching, yes, the board, they're volunteers, they have day jobs. The administration, this is their job, these are the professionals, and they do this for a living. So thank you again, and many of us look forward to working closely with you in the future. Moving on, thank you to the majority, we hope it's unanimous, it should be unanimous, of the board that is here tonight to make a difficult vote, and nonetheless to vote yes on this budget. That's a vote that reflects courage, conviction, and common sense. You listen to community members, you listen to the administration, you talk to each other, or at least most of you talk to each other, even though you don't agree on everything. And you took time to review the numbers, the data, and everything that everybody wanted to talk to you about. And you, too, ultimately agreed that this budget, in difficult circumstances, makes sense. So you're prepared to make a responsible vote, notwithstanding a petty political game that's being played out in real time, especially in the last couple of days. That's what good public servants do, and we thank you. Next, I'd like to address recent statements made in connection with that petty political game, in no particular order. First, I've heard that this is a, quote, unconscionable tax increase. Really? The folks saying this were in wild support of a 6% tax increase just weeks ago. But apparently things have changed. And as we've heard, our average tax increase since 2011 is 2.5%. That's under inflation. That's a good deal for Middletown residents. Next, that voting no is, quote, standing with taxpayers. We got two responses here. It's an attempt to divide. It's old. We're tired of it. Which taxpayers are you standing with? I'm a taxpayer.
Exactly.
All these folks are taxpayers. Does anyone honestly believe the majority of taxpayers in this district are in favor of destroying our schools? I don't think so. That's certainly not what we've heard. And the second point on that is that this board's primary fiduciary responsibility is to the student experience. That includes the schools, the teachers, the staff, and the communities in which those schools reside. If all you're interested in is in keeping taxes as low as possible, do something else. But if you're on the board of education, that this budget is supposedly a one-year Band-Aid. I hope that numbers are the last refuge of truth. We've heard the benefit of this difficult choice is that it sets us on a multi-year runway towards financial health. It gives us the time to engage in meaningful, thoughtful, deliberative strategic planning, which is the way it's supposed to work. And as we heard, this is not gimmicks. It's not relying on tricks. It's relying on recurring savings and recurring revenue. That we're going to keep realizing those benefits in the future. Next, that school closings supposedly are inevitable. Really? Just a few weeks ago, when that 5.88% plan was announced, the leadership on this board proudly declared at town hall that school closings should be avoided at all costs because they destroy communities. Next, that this district favors a loud 5% at the expense of the 100% of taxpayers. And I'll get to who wrote those words. Plan A didn't involve 5% of students. it would have impacted every student except current high school students. After you closed at least 4 elementary schools, after you consolidated middle schools that are already overcrowded, it would have impacted all of Middletown. And we're glad that Plan A is no longer the plan. And finally, a couple of questions. Why is our unelected township administrator writing op-eds about the budget for the Board of Education? That would be equivalent to Superintendent Alphone writing an op-ed about the budget for the township community. I have an idea why. It might be because anybody who wants to vote no wants political cover. They don't want to explain the difficult choices are part of what serving means. And so they're leaving it to an unelected official to say things like school closings are inevitable. It's a bad look, and it's also bad arguments. The greater good is advanced by having great schools in a good community supported by a broad parent constituency. And then finally, my question is what a no vote at this point will represent. If this budget fails, Trenton takes over, as I understand it. I cannot imagine that anybody up on this dais wants that to happen. The community certainly doesn't want it to happen. So a no vote is for show, and it's for future election positioning. We all know it. And if there was any doubt, mine has a certain reporter at the patch been busy the last couple of days. We hope it stops. We hope the 9 of you all work together. We're tired of the petty, cynical political games. Honestly, please stop. Stop trying to pit residents against one another. We all put our children first. And what we need is effective, nonpartisan, good management of our school district. So let's start here. Again, this is not an easy choice, we understand that. Nobody loves taxes, but in light of the circumstances, start here. We urge you all to vote yes in favor of this budget.
Scott McPherson, 32 Thompson and Leonardo. To the gentleman that spoke here first tonight, our children are not business decisions. We are not pawns. Our children are not pawns. Our residents are not pawns. Our senior citizens are not pawns. This is not a game. Some of our elected officials from both the town council and the Board of Education are using all of us as pawns to play their political game of chess. They want to play resident versus parent and resident versus child. What they forget is that we are all residents. The Board of Ed is supposed to be nonpartisan. When you do a search on the New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission database, you'll see under the political party heading, it says nonpartisan. However, when you dig a little deeper, Mr. Capone and Ms. Tobacco are the only 2 Board of Ed members up here that have contributions from politically elected officials. Did you know that there's a state law that governs school board members' code of ethics? One of the things that it says in part, subparagraph B, is, quote, I will make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of children and will seek to develop and maintain public schools that meet the individual needs of all children. Did you notice the key word? It's children. That's what the school board budget vote is about tonight, our children. tobacco seem to forget that they're on the Board of Education and not the Township Committee. All they want to focus on is the levy increase. Children, which by law they have an ethical duty to, be damned. I stood up at Thompson Middle School and proposed selling Board of Ed owned property. 3 days later, the mayor's calling a press conference saying the town's going to come to the rescue. They're going to purchase property and they're going to partially pay for the Class 3 police officers. What happened to that part of the plan, Mr. Cabone and Ms. Tobacco? You're on the staircase. Did you actually bring that proposal to the board, or did they learn about it at the press conference or shortly before? Based on what the mayor said at the Township Committee meeting on Monday, it doesn't sound like you brought it to the board. What it sounds like is you're glad that there's a levy increase so you can use it for your political advantage. Moving forward, let's take politics out of our school board. Let's stop using us as pawns. Let's follow the law and do what's best for our children and not what's best for ourselves.
Kate Farley at Hill Road. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all again. First, I just wanted to briefly say that I really appreciate everything you guys are doing. I think I probably pretty uniquely understand the position that you're in and how difficult it is to be in a position, especially board members who are volunteering and, as someone else mentioned, have jobs and families and other responsibilities and really good reasons to kind of be enduring some of the things you've had to endure the last few weeks. So thank you for showing up. We do that, and the administrators as well. Thankless job all around. So I think clearly this whole situation was handled pretty poorly. Communication, pretty poor. Transparency, pretty poor. It's kind of why we're here. Community felt blindsided, a lot of anger, Board of Education infighting. So it's understandable that the community kind of devolved into this anger, which then detracted from the real issue, right? Which is the budget crisis, the facilities type issues, the fact that we haven't really kept up with what's happening in the town and the realities of the situation in our district. So I think because of that, the shock and frustration that many of us in the town understood a higher tax burden would be needed, it made sense to keep the status quo going into next year in order to give the district more time to roll out and adjust to the change that comes with this kind of a plan, the kind of plan that was being proposed. I think expecting people to just be okay with shoving kindergartners into Bayshore on 2 months' notice is never going to fly. So I think everybody agrees we need more time to figure this out. What I'm confused about, and just kind of can't believe we didn't discuss it all or hasn't been discussed at all, is the whole up to 10% thing that was voted on last time. A lot of you, I see, Joe, you're nodding. You said something, Dr. O'Connell, you said that. A lot of you guys in the audience were yelling at the board about that it's only up to 10%. We're not voting on 10%. But here we are, voting on 10%, with no explanation as to why or how we got to that number. What other numbers were considered? 7.5% considered, was 8% considered? Because here's the thing. Mr. Fitzgerald, you made a comment in the past that this kind of decision will set Middletown up for, I think you said, decades to come. That's not your job, actually, here today, this decision that you're making for this year's budget, in light of the tremendous issues that we have going on that now we're all really painfully aware of. Your job is to maintain the status quo to give us more time to figure this out. So if that can be done at 7.5%, 7.7%, whatever it needs to be, my understanding is the last time, the 5.88% plus the money the town was going to contribute, the only reason it wasn't going to get the job done was because the NJDOE came in kind of the night before and said, you need to replenish the reserves, $750,000. That's not $8 million. So I'm really not understanding how we got to 10% and why. So that's really where I'm at. I understand the tax increase is necessary. I don't think we should close these schools this upcoming year. I think the whole thing was really just bungled, and I understand why we're here, but I don't understand why we're just suddenly talking about 10% and there was no presentation of, here's why 7.5% wouldn't work, here's why 8% wouldn't work. I don't need the budget to sustain Middletown for decades to come. I need the budget to get us through so that our children's education is not disrupted. We continue giving them the services that they need. We continue everything as the status quo while we figure the rest of this out. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Rob Torres, hello, 170 Dave. I spoke earlier, proud for doing that. I just had a couple of things I just wanted to talk about. So first of all, to Dr. Alphone, thank you for putting together that presentation. I know it's been a lot of work to get to this point from before when we first started, when it was first announced, and I think ideally, in retrospect, this is what you probably wanted to present, or would have liked to have presented, something closer to this product there, which would have probably eased some of these concerns and how volatile things got, but it was not that. So thank you for the work that you did from then to now. It was much improved, in my opinion. The main thing that I want to talk about up here, all right, is the leadership of this board. And my concern here is when I look at the leadership of this board, the main thing that is missing, and I speak as a leader, I've been an executive at a bank, right? I've chaired steering committees. As a leader, one of the main features of being a great leader, even a good leader, is accountability. And there has been zero accountability from the leadership of the board. So the decisions that you made since being in service, since being in leadership, okay, there has been zero accountability for how we got to this situation where we are. All I've seen from you, from attending these meetings, from Mr. Capone and Mr. Bacco, are excuses as to why we're here, excuses about the state budgets, excuses about monies being taken away from the budget that can be used for schools, but I've not seen any explanation about expenditures or any of the questions that people have asked for accountability and accounting of where the funds went. Zero from the funds. There's been zero response. We've asked multiple times and there have been no responses from you, okay? That is poor leadership. That is a failing as leaders. What else is a failing is your stubbornness and indignation to any idea other than what you believe, okay? And your political aspirations or your political beliefs, there is zero movement in your decision based upon the facts that have been presented over time since this tentative budget was presented. You know what real leadership is? Encourage the rest of the board that spoke up and pushed us to get to this point, okay? Now, my daughter goes to Navesink Elementary School, and my other kids will go to Navesink Elementary School, because I will be there at that elementary school, whatever happens. And I don't know Mr. Soporowski or Mr. Fitzgerald. I didn't vote for either of them, okay? I have a pretty good idea that we are not politically aligned. But what I will tell you is, I am furious over the attacks from the Patch and the so-called reporter from the Patch on Mr. Soporowski, and that article that came out was disgusting. You know why? You know why it's disgusting? Because Mr. Soporowski displayed there, okay, was leadership. Okay, he had a thought in mind based on what was presented to him at the time. And since that time, additional facts have been presented to him. And he made a decision based off of those facts, based off of the numbers, based off of what became available that you as a leader failed to look up and find these additional sources of revenues, the additional monies that you could have gotten from the state. All these things that you've taken now and put in place at this point that you failed to do before any of this happened. And then based on that decision, he changed his mind. Why is that bad? Isn't that a good thing? So bring you to a different conclusion instead of being so stubborn and so indignant that you will not listen to anything other than your ego. He should be commended for making that decision, and the other board members who have come to their senses when the facts were presented that you as leaders never presented because you only care about yourselves, no transparency, no accountability. And when the annual reward comes up for when new leadership should be elected, it shouldn't be you guys.
Hi everybody, Kristen Mooney. I just had to get up and say a heartfelt thank you because this has been a lot for all of us, and I know it's been a lot for all of you, and we've been through a lot together. And I've said silver linings a lot of times during this, and I can tell you that having this we're getting towards the end of this process and we're ready to move forward. I'm seeing the silver linings and I'm seeing the future, and it's become very clear to me who is here in the best interest of our children. And it's become very clear to me that we have no interest in politics at all in this arena. And we have also no interest in this being a political starting point or for status quo. I'm not interested in anybody sitting up here who is looking to keep us at status quo. And let's see how it works out next year. I'm looking for somebody who's a leader, who has a vision for Middletown, because I talked about don't reimagine my Middletown, let's do it together. Those are the leaders I want. I want the leaders with a vision. I want the leaders looking for the future. And I see some of them, and I see some that are not. So I want to thank you for opening our eyes. And I want to thank you for working with us, because I really look forward to many years of working together towards the best possible schools we can have for our children. Thank you.
My name is Carrie McDaniels. I'm from the Plaza section. I have 3 children who've gone through schools. Still have 1 at the high school and 2 that graduated. So I just want to say, in the past 20 years as a parent in this town, I used to come to the board meetings all the time. I used to look through the agenda every day, the day before the meeting came out. So I knew what I was looking for, what I was going to be expecting when I came to the meeting. My friends would, someone would be on the PIC committee, they'd come back to PTA, someone, we always knew what was going on. And I want to say, after my one daughter graduated in 2020, I became pretty complacent. I wasn't coming to meetings, I wasn't looking at videos, because some of the important things I needed for her, I didn't need for my younger daughter who's still at school. So I will take some of the responsibility for not knowing how we got here. But a little while ago, right before the first Plan A came out, I was with my daughter at the high school, and she's in marching band. And I guess I picked her up from school, and we were driving past the football field, and she said something about the new scoreboards that we're going to be getting. And I'm like, what new scoreboards? She's like, yeah, it's like $750,000 each. I'm like, are you kidding? And she's like, it's going to be all interactive. And she's like, whole high school stuff. So I couldn't figure out if it was $750 each, so $1.5 million was spent on scoreboards. And I was like, that just can't be right. So that was one structure, and then I hear that now we're in the negative. So it was I feel bad that I was not aware of how bad this district has gotten. And I think, for 20 years, we were always saying River Plaza was going to close. Every year we knew River Plaza may close this year, River Plaza may close this year, and then it didn't. So I feel for the parents parents at the schools where they were given such short notice, like, oh, it's gonna be closed by this time, and so absolutely. So I'm just hoping, I will be now reading the agendas again to see what's going on and how we're running this one. And that's actually what brought me again tonight, not just for the budget, but some of the other things that we're going to be spending money on. And I hope that the parents here, even this budget is passed, they will continue to come and voice your opinions of what's going on. As far as the people on the board, I mean, I'm and she's always been a big River Plaza supporter. We used to work together with Great Race when that was a thing, and it was awesome. And I appreciate all the volunteers and you're on the board and you're working for us. But just know, everyone is going to be watching. We do not want surprises anymore. And really shame on us for spending more than $5 million on scoreboards. Thank you.
Mithra Bustler, Middletown, 22 Middletown. First of all, I just want to, as others have said before, commend the, I believe, 7 members of the board that have taken a second look, have made hard decisions, and show leadership, and are going to do what is financially right for the district and not make a politically expedient decision. But I also just wanted to follow up specifically on the issue of the class 3 officers. This is about $1.3 million a year. It was originally reported by Marley Simon, our favorite past reporter, that perhaps she was quoting you, this is several years ago, that the township was going to pay for them 100%. That never happened. Instead, the district has been putting the bill of $1.3 billion a year. Now, when we faced this financial catastrophe back in March 18th, the parents scrambled to find ways to find an alternative to shut down the schools, and some of the parents proposed that our township could, like many other townships, would have a bill. And the mayor jumped on the bandwagon and had a press conference where he raised this idea and said, yes, we will be willing to pay a cap that was about $650,000 a year to share this burden, because after all, it isn't education, this is protection. And you can say, well, there are schools, but you can also say, well, this is our town safety. So you can see why it should be at best a shared responsibility, or possibly the entire responsibility of the town. In any case, then I heard yesterday that that was shelved. The mayor apparently said, and I was not at that meeting, so correct me if I'm wrong, but he said that the board didn't reach out. Now, the Shared Services Committee, I believe this is Mr. Crone, I would like if you could address us tonight and answer that. Did you reach out? Did you follow up with that offer that the mayor made, that they would pay, the township would pay 50%? Because that's $650,000. Now we're still facing 6 million cuts. Excuse me, $6 million in cuts, and I'm sure some of that is fat, and some of that is waste, and some of that is savings, and there's just a better use of resources. But some of that is really important services that our kids are going to lose. And a good, I don't know what that is, about a ninth of that would be that $650,000. You wouldn't have to cut if that initiative had been pursued. So I would really like if you could just clarify that for us. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, we're going to make a public comment about that.
proposal that made a commercial, and this board had turned down that proposal. Okay. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? Yeah. No?
Melissa Lavalier, 168 Monmouth Avenue, Legacy, student, parent of an Legacy student. So I'm trying to go through the agenda tonight, and I know that several parents have started talking about the aftercare decision. I understand that this portion of the agenda in public speaking is supposed to be with respect to the budget. I just want to make sure that we both have the opportunity to speak about that other issue, because the way I'm looking at it is there hasn't been transparency in that, and we just had a huge talk about you guys being transparent. And I feel like this is also another one-sided spot. So whether it's now or whether it's another point in time, we would like to talk about that. Is there any opportunity to talk about this?
There's a comment section on agenda items.
Oh, very good. That's our little issue.
Thank you for the effort that you put in us. Dan's obviously my car view. I've seen it a few times I'm on the budget and data group, so I spent a lot of time digging through what information I can find, both online in any budget or any user-friendly budgets and ACFRs, to figure out how we got it. And first, to dispel some of the information that I've seen posted in articles, is 5% of us parents. There is actually 63% of the student population impacted by phase 1 of Plan A that was presented. And that doesn't even include the 2 additional schools that were going to be closed as phase 2. So whoever wanted to say 5%, open your eyes. It's not 5% would have been impacted in the first phase. Get your numbers right. The second one is there's a lot of questions about could we have had a 4.88 sustainable increase. As part of this, I've done an opera request and I've got back some of the local fair share calculations from the state. Back in 2018 to 2019, we were about a 99% adequacy or local fair share calculation. Looking forward, 23 to 24, we were drifting away. We were at an 89 to 90%. And that was year over year for a few years where we had started to drift away. If I look at the budget as it was proposed, with this 10.1%, from the numbers that I got, we're at a 77% local fair share adequacy. So 4.8 wouldn't have gotten us anywhere near. If you can imagine, how is that sustainable that if we're at 10.1 and we're still only 3/4 of where the state expects us to be? This is the start of trying to correct underfunding of schools for the last 7 years. This is just the start of trying to we're far from that. So if there isn't a longer plan that's built into this, we're going to see this again next year. So part of this, as Dr. Alphonse said, is the hard work of how do we continue to work together as a community to get back on track. It's going to be a lot of hard work from everybody, from the board. And I think now that we see the community's engaged, we're definitely aware of what's going on, and we will be here participating and helping push the necessary changes. And I think another point that I want to bring up is if you look at the way the levies are increased, as Dr. Alphone also said, is they build on each other year over year. Starting next year, we're also going to have an additional $8 million as our baseline. If you take that back 7 years, and this is a theoretical, because I know that we're capped at 2%, but we are given certain allowances to increase above that. If you were able to get to a steady 3%, we would have had an additional $28 million over 7 years to fund the school district. But the other part that is very important to see is that's a 21% increase over 7 years in our taxes. Where we're at today, by saving taxes in the short term and having to catch up, ends up being almost a 23.5% increase over the same period. So you are only causing more pain for yourself by trying to sell low taxes year over year. You need to understand what your budget is against inflation and stay the course. Don't sell the headlines of tax savings or budget savings. We can't get to that point again. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to take public comment? Seeing no one step forward, I wish to move to close the public comment. Now need a motion to approve 5C, adoption of final 25-26 school year budget and tax levy.
Just adding the wording pending.
I can't even.
Just with the added wording of pending DOE.
So this is not approved yet, but it's pending. Is there a motion?
Yes.
So a motion did? Need or a second? Discussion.
Discussion. Thank you, everybody, for the comments all throughout this process. From my perspective, since this whole ordeal began 6 weeks ago or so, the timing of it, the notice of it, like probably everybody, didn't sit well with me. It obviously came across unfair and too drastic. My goal ever since that time, and I've expressed this to the is to avoid the drastic, to find the least horrible alternative option at the time. Call it a bridge, right? A bridge, something that gets us the money to get through the next school year, and more importantly, the time to develop a workable strategic plan with the fair timing and the fair notice and the involvement of everybody that had been lacking before, but also recognizing that enrollment issues, aging buildings, skyrocketing costs, those are all objective facts that we'll have to reckon with under any leading up to the April 8th meeting, the last time we were here, it appeared to me that we were on a path towards something like that bridge. Like Matthew, I wasn't a fan of exactly how that was rolled out either, presented to us. That didn't really anything that mattered to me all that much. What mattered to me was when we went up to our phone told us that the township committee offering to split the cost of the officers and purchasing some open space to bridge that gap for us, again, without the drastic. No school closures, as proposed, no mass layoffs like Plan B, and without it, and we were told that would also involve a tax increase, but not as drastic as we had feared was coming. At that time, we were hearing numbers in the 7, 8 something percent. Unfortunately, right before that April 8th meeting, we got word that the Department of Education would not approve that budget that included at the time 5.88. And the reason we were doing it was because it left our fund balance underfunded by about $762,000. Now, to me, the logical next step in response to that was to modify the approach to address that specific shortfall with as, again, without the drastic, with as little pain as possible to all people involved. Again, avoid that drastic situation. Now, it's important to recall what was actually voted on at the April 8th meeting. The motion that eventually came to us that we voted on, and it had been emphasized over and over again that night by administrators, board members, members of the public, everybody here, that what we were voting on was to file the paperwork that would give us the flexibility to identify that number between the original 4.88 tentative budget and the 10.1% that the state is now authorizing us to do one for the time. Again, over and over again, it's emphasized, up to. This is considering, every time somebody mentioned it being a 10% tax increase, everyone corrected the record. No, it's not to vote on a 10% tax increase. It's to discuss a number that's up to that. I went back to the video to make sure I was remembering correctly. Well, fast forward to today, now April 30th, up to is no longer part of the conversation at all. Instead, I think we're being presented with what might be the most drastic option yet, which is to raise the school tax over 10.1%.
with all the other drastic stuff still very much on the table. And by all accounts, from all the conversations I've had with everybody involved, the consultants' reports we're going to get in the next 4 months or so, they're likely going to recommend closing at least 2 schools, possibly more. And probably as soon as September of 2026 or thereabout. Not many, many years down the road, not after the process of a referendum passes, once we do that again in several years. And certainly not after shiny new additions or buildings or facilities are ready for students to go into sooner. So I don't think it's fair to pass the most drastic possible tax increase ever today. I do think a tax increase is necessary. A tax increase greater than we've done historically, I think is necessary. But then to do that only to tell the same community of all these taxpayers 4 months from now that the same enrollment issues, aging building issues, skyrocketing cost issues, healthcare, all that stuff is still going to be school closure sooner than any of us would. If we expect to get the whole community's buy-in very soon to a strategic plan that will need to be implemented, then I think we should treat the whole community fairly right now by exercising some kind of restraint, returning to that up to mindset that we had the last time we left this building, this stage, on April 8th. So my goal remains the same, it's avoid the drastic. That's kind of been my guiding principle throughout the last 6 weeks. I don't have I'm not the best at the calculations, but I think something in that 7%, 7 range, 7.5 range, something certainly gets us across where we thought the shortfall was the last time we were here. Get us what we need for the budget approval that we didn't get. We didn't get where we were last time. And I understand, like I stressed at the last meeting, some people mentioned that number could be even smaller if township committee sharing the cost of the officers on the table, just spaces on the table. I don't really care who gets the credit or the blame for that. I'm open to reigniting that conversation, and whatever passes tonight can still be chipped away if we get more sources. So, as always, I'm always here to listen to all sides. I'm not in favor of the most possible drastic tax cut.
Both of Mr. Tull, thank you. Would anybody else like to make a comment?
I'd like to say something. First, I'd like to say, I'm one of the people that have been on board for a long time. And I thought, because I always thought I was doing the right thing by keeping it under 2%. So when they went to 2%, we go to bank cap and the taxpayers and everything. So I appreciate you listening, because I listened to everything you guys said. So I thought I was doing the right thing, but apparently I wasn't. I will be voting for this, but I will be voting yes for this, and I'm hoping, and I want you to know, I listened just now to what you said, Ned, because I was on the phone today about going to different percentages. The 10 is very hard to swallow. I understand more why we're going to the 10. I'm voting my fellow board members, I'm voting my phone. We'll tell them why. Well, Amy, you tell them why, because you know the numbers much better than I do, but when I hear it and I ask the questions, it makes sense. Really does. The only other thing that I want from this when I start doing, that I'm going to leave my vote and pitch over and over, feel that when we move cuts, we did not do enough. That's my, and I might vote, I'm voting yes now. We still got people in front of us. I will vote no. And I know the staff is going to be listening to this and hearing it, but there's a requirement. We need more cuts.
So Gary, thank you. I'm just doing some quick math. We had $6 million cuts up there. If you did a 5% tax increase, which would bring in another $8 million, is $14 million. I'm sorry, 5.5% is approximately 8.5 million. You would also have the opportunity to get that land reappraised. That's what everybody wants to do. Sell that land, and you would come up with $17 million to fill this year's budget.
Wait a minute, I gotta say something.
Yes.
Okay? Because I learned something through this whole process. I understand what you're saying about the rate. That's a one-hit wonder.
Correct.
But no. Next year, we're in the hole
How are you not the whole?
Because 10.1 brings up our rates. So next year, when they start doing the increase of 2%, it has a 10.1 cushion right
I want to hear right now that we will not have this discussion about closing schools in the next 2 years.
That's a different story.
Well, that's the story I'm telling you. It's
No,
bad.
I'm just talking taxes to get that cushion. So when our budget has, I know I do my household budget, so
No,
like this.
you're forgetting
But
something.
I
though.
have a nest egg.
Hold on, you're forgetting something here. You're getting through this year because we have already initiated a strategic planning process that's going to happen by September, and they're going to come out with a recommendation. So by you initiating that 10.1% now, you're taking that money from the taxpayers already, which is like compound time over time. So like I'm telling you, at 5.5%, reappraising the land, selling the land, and that $6 million that was shown to us from the administration will be enough money to close this budget gap this year. Excuse me, let's talk, please, we're talking as a board right now.
I think what we're trying to get across is, we don't want to close the budget gap for this year. We want to look at the future. Raise our budget for next year, so that's automatically raised, without going over.
What I saw is 8 million.
2%. Is it 8 million? I'm sorry.
It was a hypothetical, and what I saw was 8 million.
Please, I don't interrupt anybody else. Could you please tell me what the dollar amount is that is going to increase next year in our budget automatically from the 10%?
I was getting a little bit more.
From the 10%, if we go up to 10.1%, we're going to go up to 16 million. It's
16 million extra in the budget?
For every 1 point that we raise, our budget goes up
1.65 million. Amy, we're gonna have $16 million budget.
And then also a one-time $400,000.
So why Amy's looking that up, the other thing that I wanted to say about that too is that we have no credit. If we truly want to put a strategic plan down, we had a hard time getting bonding for the scoreboard, right? Because we don't have a lot of credit. Our fund balance is down to
Amy told us we have 400.
Ray, stop interrupting!
Talking as a board.
I am not the finance person on this board, and I'll explain that again later. I try to understand, I am not the person that understands the number, I'm more the community person. I am under the impression that when we go to 10.1, next year, when the budget comes up, we will have more backing so that we are not doing a one-year Band-Aid, that this is not a Band-Aid, that this is gonna help us to create funding so that we can continue in the future to improve our schools.
Just
That's what
Amy, you have to answer.
I'm just gonna say, 2% on more is just more. Like, that's just what numbers are. I mean, what threshold is up to the board to decide, but when you have more in your base, that 2% is always gonna calculate to more. So, you
But
know, I'll
Joan, your
just leave it at that.
comment is that this is a Band-Aid.
No, my comment is not a Band-Aid.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You're asking if this is a
Going
Band-Aid.
to 10% to me is not a Band-Aid. And hey, listen, I thank Mayor Perry for the 5.88 because I was all there until the state came in and said it wasn't enough. We had no meetings as a board to discuss what the next step would be. We should have, but we didn't. We haven't discussed this budget zero, and I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying we're all responsible for that. We all should have been up here screaming, Frank and Jackie, put a meeting together for us. Why are we not discussing the budget? If this is going to help us to gain money so that we can start fixing our schools, and what I need to say about that is
I am a longest member on this board, and I've known for 20 years that we need to fix our schools. What we do, and you get it raised because you were on here too, what we have been doing for the last few years is we have been trying to keep our buildings open and running. We have not put money toward improvements. We didn't have the money, we lost it from the state. Now we have an opportunity to take the 10% and try to build our base back up. There's going to be a referendum somewhere down the line, but this 10% isn't going to get us there. But what this 10% is going to do is to help us survive for a few years until we can properly plan how to do this. And Dr. Alphone said there will be school closings, there will be building repairs. We're going to put 2 middle schools together, and we know they're not going to fit. That's my problem with this. We had no discussion. It hit us like a book of lightning. I didn't like the fact that we were not allowed to tell the public until after we were going to vote on it. That turned me completely off. Is that you need the public engaged to succeed. It isn't just about 2 schools. It's about 4 schools. And if we're going to close them in 2 plants, what are we doing to Lincroft, who has 25 kids in a class? Is there a plan to reduce that class size because there's no more room in that building? So we're not looking at the whole picture. We're just taking, okay, we can close these schools and put them down. We can take these kids and shove them in overcrowded middle schools. But what are we doing for the kids? It's a disservice. Yes. But I ran for the board for the kids. I am visible. I support everything that every school does. It doesn't matter who it is. I cannot consciously not vote for this. And if you want to unelect me, go right ahead. Because I had 23 great years. And I will go off knowing that I do not make a vote that's going to hurt our kids.
So maybe I was misinformed, I don't know, but I think that's correct, and I'm going to say it again, I was informed this is a Band-Aid still.
I think the term I would use would be a bridge. It's a bridge, and any tax increase is going to help us because it's going to support our base revenue. Like, that's without a doubt. And I will remind the community again, in any iteration of this, we were raising taxes because in order to get to financial health, we have to raise more revenue. That's just the reality. I wouldn't say this is a Band-Aid because a Band-Aid to me presents as temporary, and a tax increase is lasting regardless of what point it comes at. So, that's generally, I think Band-Aid is a little misleading. Bridge is more the term that I would tend to use. It gives us time and the ability to get to the next place we need to be. And listen, we talked about lots of iterations of that, right? We started in a place we didn't want to be, born out of crisis, and I think we've come a long way since then. And we talked about a lot of different iterations, whether it be land sales or tax increases at different thresholds. But regardless, it's all about generating revenue, right? And lasting revenue is better than temporary revenue, as Amy has shown in her slides tonight. So, I'm just going to leave it generally as that.
I just have one more thing to say.
Amy, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, with the increase that we would be doing, and if we carry into next year, plus the increase on that, you would be looking at having a tax base that would be between $8 and $9 million more, even the following year, than we would have if we don't.
Right, so it's 26, 27 school year, we have a problem.
Right. If you extrapolate out, if you...
So whatever the you have $8 to $9 million more
Right.
than what you would have had if you.
And how are we gonna be in the 26, 27 school year if you go
That's
higher
what I'm
numbers?
talking.
That's what, if you extrapolate out the
Well, this is
10%
different
over
than what I
4
was
years.
told. I was told this today.
Starting from
Administration.
last year. Starting from last year, we had a $5 million deficit. You carry that forward, we're carrying over that $5 million burden every year, right? So last year was 5 million, this year caught up to 10, next year it's going to be 15. The cuts have to happen, right? We know that 6 million is going to get cut. Now,
It's attrition goes.
now, through the 10.1, we're getting up to 16.1, right, on the tax increase, right? That's going to cover up until next year, and we're trying to catch up on a $15 million deficit from starting into next year. We're then going to do the cuts for the 6 million that we have, but we're also putting together a strategic plan. So the Band-Aid that we talked about it's not a Band-Aid. This is an ultimate fix to. Yeah, it's not just a temporary fix though, because we're setting the trajectory for a healthy financial.
So the tax rate, that's what you're setting up.
And that's not true.
Have a problem.
From there, we're going to put together a strategic plan. From that strategic plan, we will build back a better school. We will do expansions to our schools, possibly build back new schools. We don't know what's going to happen through the strategic plan, but that's what needs to happen. Without getting that extra money in, we don't have financial help. And the biggest problem with this whole thing is we're not just trying to play catch up anymore. When we get down to a referendum, we have to have money in the bank, right? We have zero funds in our reserves, right? We have to cover the health funds, right? It's a trajectory downhill. And what we talked about with the mayor's, proposal is it was 5.8. That gave us 8.6 million, right? So the 5.8 gave us 8.6 million. We wanted to put another 2.8 on top of that, right? And that got us to our deficit from this year. But we're right back into the cliff because next year we're going to have to catch up to the funds that the 2.8 and the rest of the money that we have for that we're going to get into a deficit with the extra 5 million. So we're going to be right back into it all over again, and it's going to be even compounded, even worse, because then we have to catch up that 5 million, and then we're going to have to cut down more schools. And no one can tell me on this board, I don't care how many reiterations of cutting down this, cutting down our footprint. Where are we saving the money? We're not cutting down teachers, right? Maybe we're getting rid of principals and maybe some interventions, but overall, we're not saving boatloads of money. So no one on this board can tell me that. So consolidations.
You're right, but I don't see anything, that's what I'm asking. So that's why I'm asking this board, is a strategic plan coming back in September and recommends closing the school. What are we gonna do then?
It's not going to be done by September.
Oh, yes, it will. Oh, yes, it will. Oh, yes, it will.
The other problem with this is we have our board members are only here for 3 years, right? And then this is the habitual problem that we're running into. So they put together a strategic plan 2020, even before that. New board members come in and it gets dropped, right? This board has to finish this year. They have to go all the way through and get this thing done. And we're at a point right now where we have no other options. And I'm sorry, but 10.1 is the only option at this point. Selling property, put it this way, the township won't even let us sell property. They won't let us sell property. I talked to them personally, and they told me they wouldn't let me put it out.
We're not even approved to sell it.
We would be.
We're not right now.
We're putting it
That's
up
what they
for right
said.
now.
We're not approved by the DOE to sell it. Are we approved in it?
What?
Are we approved to sell that property?
Did we ask
DOE,
them?
did they approve us yet?
Not for the sale of Sleepy Hollow, but it's in process.
It's in process. We put in for it. So we're going to go out. We're going to get appraisals, and then we're going to try to sell this property, and it's going to get rejected because we can't.
township, that's it. That's what the mayor said to me personally. He
I'm
said
not
that
speaking for
we
the mayor,
would.
but
I'm speaking for him at this point, because he told me
What happens with property is that you put out to the public bid.
he doesn't want us to put it out to public bid, because he said he doesn't want to put it out to a developer.
Well, I can't speak for that, and you're speaking for him, so I can't.
It's your money, dude. Yeah.
So that's the point, that's where we're at right now. So we can't raise taxes, right? We can't sell property, and we're not gonna get any savings.
But we had a propane fund, it's gonna be a saving, we can't sell property. All I asked for, I want to do a appraisal. Wouldn't that have made sense if everybody was making a
100%, and I think.
I asked, let's do a new appraisal.
Well, so
Leonora, did I recommend a new appraisal? Thank you.
the mayor said, if I put this out to bid, he would sue the Board of Education. So what would we be?
Appraising the property that we can sell.
This is not the point.
Joe, you're making comments that no one is even understanding.
For that particular budget, but I think we gotta leave the township out of this right now and talk about this.
Yes, we're going to that here.
I think it's the wrong platform.
No, I understand that, but the problem is we're in this situation right now where we can't sell property. We can't sell property because we were told.
Joe, I think you're incorrect by saying that. That's why I just asked if you wanted to do a reappraisal on this problem.
I definitely do. I think we're already putting out there. No, can you put out the appraisal?
So guys, for me, this is the thing for me. I've lived here my whole life. I love Middletown. I think that, our township committee does some really great things for us. I love living here. I love our schools. I think that what's happening to us is a disaster. Everybody's being pulled apart. That shouldn't be. We need to do the right thing to keep our community intact. We know there's going to be changes. I'm not saying, hey, I was the biggest one that is against not closing schools, and everybody knows that. But I'm not naive to think that we don't have to do something. But I think we're hurting our community. The community I love to be in. My kids grew up, my grandkids are growing up, all their kids, a lot of your kids are here. We have to pull this together and act as a group and do the right thing.
Less students and 65% more administration.
No, we need to have more administration. I am not doubting that.
I was asking you, do we have 1,500 less students and 65% more administrators?
We do, Frank, but that's not the,
No, that's in Joe, I'm
building
sorry.
capacity.
I believe he was last year, that's it.
Oh, I don't know what the capacity is. I'm not a numbers person. All I know is that I'm in those buildings, not all the time, but when I'm invited, and I know they're crowded. Even the smallest schools, because their numbers are low. The problem is we've always tried to do districts, and everybody's good with that as long as it's not in their backyard. So that's why we're where we are today, and I get it because I did it for my kids. Going with overcrowded, I didn't want to resend them someplace. The parents say, okay, the 4 kids can stay here, we can live with it. But we actually have an opportunity where we should have redistricted, and we could have taken some of the lick from kids. There's going to be no good plan unless everyone feels the pain.
Well, if it's 10.1%, everybody's going to feel the pain. I can agree with you.
And let's face it, people love living in Middletown, it's a safe town, but the schools are a part of people moving to Middletown.
No. You know my family, and all I'm saying is that you know my children go to school.
Yes.
And they get a great education. And they are the only district, the only school in this district that is over capacity. And they're still getting a great district.
They are, exactly. But if we don't have a strategic plan, aren't we supposed to find out how we're going to utilize our buildings in the best possible way?
Correct, and that's what we have going on right now. That's September, they're going to come back with an answer for us.
It's just my opinion. I respect your opinion, and I think we're going to process, and I want my
10%, $2 million sale or better, $6 million in savings, and raising the taxes 5.5. Motion to amend that budget.
If everyone recalls, this is what we did at the last meeting, when there was a proposed budget, and I think Mr. Fitzgerald did a motion to amend it, so that, this is now a secondary motion that the board can debate and discuss the proposed amendment.
Thank you, that's the secondary.
I'd like to make a comment as
Yes. So we have $6 million in savings from the attrition. You have $9 million from a 5.5% increase. That's $15 million, another $2 million plus from the sale of property. That's $17 million. Well, it's the same thing we're doing. John, I'm asking you, the oldest member here, obviously. I'm asking you, the $6 million in savings are recurring, correct? It's $6 million in savings. I'm not disagreeing that. The 10.1 million is what I'm trying to make everybody understand. I think we're all in agreement, which is still not getting back on track. It'll get us back on track for 1 year.
What I wanted to say is the board hasn't approved the sale of the property.
Sorry?
Right. Budget.
I'm putting that out there as a motion that you guys might hear.
But you're amending the budget.
So then they're gonna vote no.
The board would have to vote to sell the property.
Can I say something,
Jenny? So you have to do a separate motion. But you can't include something in the budget that the board hasn't approved. All you voted on was an application to the DOE to get approval to sell it. You didn't vote to sell the property.
I want to just say something. After the sale, you go in here, Frank, the sale of Port Mama. After the sale of what happened with Port Mama, the only way I vote to sell the property is if that property is going to go, that sale is going to go into the reserve fund, not into my budget. The reserve fund that we have invested.
You know, surplus fund in 2019 for the sale.
No, I really don't know.
But Amy, do
I
you know?
don't know all those things.
I can't hear you.
But I
Do you know how much was in the surplus fund in 2019 before the whole box?
What surplus fund?
The general fund, how much you have in your fund of reserves, correct? And capital reserves as well.
No, I don't have.
So you had zero surplus in 2019, you had $9,500. Correct, let me talk about this before, in 2019.
Maybe we didn't have money in the reserve.
You had $9,500 in your capital reserve.
And maybe I'm here trying to
I'm trying to tell you. And where we got our money.
Is it everybody lying to us?
Where we got our money was something called COVID. When COVID happened, all the federal money came our way. So why did you sell Fort Mama?
I think that's how we carried ourselves to get the money. Take it from the reserve, take it from the
Alright, so.
So, can you stop your smoke and mirrors now and please vote?
I want to make a comment. Yes, so listen, this 10.1% tax increase would affect me probably more than anybody up here because I pay commercial property tax in the Middletown in a B3 business zone, which is probably one of the top rates for business taxes. But I also see, having spent many hours over the last several weeks with Ms. Doherty and Dr. Alphone, and having them kind of teach me the process that I think the leadership probably should have, but Ms. Doherty has been really helpful with this and walking me through it and educating me on it. This is a no-brainer that we have to do this. Yes, it is absolutely urgent, because we cannot come up here next year and the year after that, and be talking about how many more millions of dollars we are in debt. If this had been raised every year, I just doing some quick calculations, it's almost $9 million worth of reserves that were used over the last 4 years in that calculation that Ms. Doherty put up. That's a big number of reserves. If we have a major infrastructure issue in the district, we don't have the money to pay for that. That's really short-sighted and doesn't benefit the taxpayers at all. Because then when you're up to, this year I think Ms. Doherty, did you say we're $3 million over on the health insurance?
We haven't ended the year, but we are trending.
So we're trending up, yes.
Trending. So that was under budgeted last year, and from what I was told, the recommendation last year, I wasn't on the board, but the recommendation last year is that the insurance should have been funded more, and it was underfunded. But then I've also come to learn during these meetings that certain contracts were negotiated without our business administrator present. And to me, I don't know the exact contracts that was held with, but that's troubling because I think that we should have our CFO in the negotiations with those contracts, not just the board president negotiating them. So.
It's hard for me.
Mark saying that I negotiated a contract without me being.
You exclude.
I guess Mr. Sokorowski's talked about the fact that I didn't participate in any of the, I wasn't asked to participate in any of the interviews or decision process.
You have the RFPs. You have the RFPs. Amy, did you not have the RFPs?
I received them on behalf of the board.
Yes.
So why did you
You're not privy to the information in the RFPs?
You're the business administrator, we have to invite you.
I received them and
So Mark, let me back up for a second. The reason why we had a new insurance broker this year, you might or might not know this, but our old insurance broker had us in a prescription plan that was charging us 30% of our cost of prescription to manage it, which equated to approximately $2.5 million per year. So if you want to know where the money went for the last couple of years in reserve, you can go ask Brown & Brown why $2.5 million every year was given to somebody like Aetna to manage our prescription plan. Well, we could have done it from a third party, or actually went to your house. Okay. Yeah. Did you know that, Mark? Mark, did you know that? Did you know that?
Ms. Doherty explained it all.
Why didn't you tell him? He's new, it's your judgment.
He does know, he just admitted he knows.
Ms. Doherty also told me that she recommended last year that you fully fund the health insurance, and you said no. So, can you explain why you fully fund the health insurance last year? Can you explain why you fully fund the health insurance? Can you tell me why you didn't fund the health insurance this year to the levels that they recommended? That the professionals recommended.
Like I just told you, Mark, I don't hold a pen or a computer, okay? So the same budget for the last 5 years that was approved was unanimously approved by this board, Mark, before you were here.
I think we're just ready to vote now.
And Mark, one more question. Do you ever meet her? I don't know her. So that's our old broker's wife who donated $500 to your campaign in
September. But thank you to Mr. Fitzgerald for helping me campaign, and I appreciate that.
My
But we should go through your campaign donations, Mr. Capone.
I'd like
motion's on the table, so yes, vote.
This is the amended. Because it's a number, but the problem is, what my understanding is because of the sale of the land is approved, you wouldn't have enough money.
The board hasn't even approved to sell the property.
Amy, we don't even have the approval to do this now and take the 10.1% because of DOE being
That was in the budget, the 5.8 was contingent on the mayor's deal.
The tentative budget was a 4.88 increase. We never voted on the 5.8. The tentative budget was the 4.88.
We never voted on it.
And we also had the
There was a
conversation
motion.
that we would have to vote on the 30th to have the land sale incorporated within, because the land sale would have to be a separate vote. As with the class 3 officer contract, because it's a contract amendment. So those two items would have to have been separate items on the agenda.
Okay, so the land sale would have been on this agenda this time.
Right, and I reached out to the township to see about getting an amended agreement for the class 3s, and I was told the township was not interested.
And I also reached out to the mayor, received a letter tonight that he wrote back and told me that nobody reached out to him, so. I did. He just waited till he sent it back to me tonight.
Go ahead, vote on his motion then, go ahead.
Okay, we'll make it better. We'll withdraw that and do a 6.95%.
So is that prior motion to withdrawn? I'm trying to track it, so you're withdrawing or putting it?
Can we make a motion to go for 8%? Let's make a deal with our kids. We should have had a board meeting.
Frank made a motion for 6.95. Is there a second on Frank's motion?
What is,
It was 6.95. So I don't see any seconds, so that motion will. So now we're back to the discussion of the original budget as introduced and moved and seconded.
You're voting on the original motion.
Motion to approve a 10.1% budget, which was recommended on the original. Amy, roll call.
Mrs. Wright?
Yes.
Mr. Subborowski?
Yes.
Mrs. Skolasky?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Capone?
6 years.
Okay, we're not gonna go on committee reports, I'm gonna do curriculum and instruction, Mr. Cox. There will be, yes, there will be something. 6 to 3. 6 to 3. So committee reports, curriculum and instruction, Mr. Tuck.
Yes, thank you. We met on Friday, the 25th, Curriculum Instruction Committee. A couple great things to report that we're pretty excited about. One, Mr. Collin reported just some of the results of the colleges our students have gotten into this year. They included a very impressive list, including Yale, Princeton, Cornell, Duke, UVA, UCLA, USC, also including West Point and Annapolis. Just an announcement, typically the Honor Society applications timeline is a pretty condensed period where the applications are released and students only have about 10 days to get it, fill it out, submit it, and put it under review. That resulted into obviously as being pretty unnecessarily condensed and stressful, so now it's going to be extended to be a 3-week, 21-day period. Something I've been excited about all along and put on every month is the investigation to the new K-5 math program. The curriculum department, particularly the math folks, have been looking at least 7 different programs to kind of recalibrate our elementary math. A lot of those are being considered, and we'll get recommendations by next month on the ones that the pilot some of our elementaries. Related to the elementary math situation, I want to thank Mr. Cullen. There's been a big emphasis on getting ahead of whatever program we end up getting, sort of recalibrating how we go about structuring the math class day led by the teachers, and sort of a return to the emphasis on skills and fluency as opposed to kind of the wonder and exploration models that most of us probably think we're used to now. So we focus more on fluency, skills, explicit instruction by the teachers for structured math time per day, guided practice, and then some so that's very exciting. And then lastly, I want to thank Mrs. Skolaski. She brought something up during our committee meeting about trying to maybe figure out an improved way on the lower elementary K-3 partnership programs. Really not much structured, regular, frequent communication at home. And Mrs. Skolaski brought forward some ideas that to my advisor and then Mr. Cohen with administration and implementation about some of those avenues for feedback.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall.
Moving on to student services, Mrs. Frank.
Yes, thank you. So we also met on Friday, April 25th, and one of the things that we discussed was the ongoing Parent University series that we have been doing all year on different subjects, and this past one that was just held was on our differentiated instruction and inclusion. And so Mrs. Granger went over our district's inclusive practices, the progress, and the ongoing teacher training that has been happening throughout the district. Just want to remind everybody, I was able to see in some of the community members the slides that Mrs. Granger went through. These sessions and recordings are available on the district website under curriculum instruction, and I would just encourage everybody to go look because we've actually made a lot of great strides over the past few years towards more inclusive practices with our students. So it was really great to see the presentation. We also talked about the professional development and special education that Mrs. Granger and Mr. Riga did for our special education teachers on Wednesday, April 2nd. And the thing I think that the committee was most excited to hear about was based on the success of the unified basketball game that we had here in the district. We are now exploring other options, and we believe that we are going to be announcing the date of a unified kickball game coming up very soon, which will feature students from high school north and south. I believe efforts are being made to have a pep band and also have the cheerleading squad come out for the district-wide event. And moving forward, we're looking to have more of these types of unified sports, and we're hopeful that we're going to be able to actually schedule unified kickball games against schools such as Brick, Central Point Pleasant, and also Toms River, who currently have teams. So it's really great to hear.
Thank you. Moving on to finance and facilities, Mrs. Dart.
The Finance Committee met on April 25th. The committee discussed the budget and updated committee and still waiting for the approval of tax incentive application. That is still expected. We also talked about the foregone sale update. On the agenda tonight is an identification and soft cost reimbursement agreement with the township. They've got agreement between environmental investigation language. This is for the one lot that we didn't own in that parcel that we were selling to the county. The township is the owner of. The township's going to be conveying that property to the county, but is asking us to identify them for any environmental issues since we operated the land for all these years as part of the school district. I also wanted to be reimbursed for soft cost conveyance transaction, capped at $10,000. Those two rules involved. I'll get that done. We have two insurance items on the agenda. The rule of medical dental for our dental carrier, and the recommendation of our broker. Policies came in.
It's the microphone, guys, go for it. It's exactly right.
Remarketed again next year to see if we can get better experience on losses already. A little high, we had to catch up to the same 2 years. I've also have on the agenda a new voluntary vision plan carrier. This is a plan that's completely paid by the employees voluntary. We're going to find that and they're replacing that night. And it offers increased benefits to the employees and more flexibility when they get their eye exams. We also have on the agenda tonight our website contract renewal final site. The fee for next year is a 2% increase. And that we 5% for that support. And we also have on the agenda about referrals, we'll talk about this. Also, the board of after school program contract as a result of the competitive contract process. That is on the agenda for tonight as well. And we also talked about the May reorganization meeting. That's the time that we do almost other things, professional services appointments. So I was asking the committee and as the board that I need guidance if I wanted to do any requests for proposals on any appointments, make reorg, so that we have a clear picture of what we need. That's our plan. Facilities meeting, we again talked about facilities. We also unfortunately had some not great news. We did not receive the local recreation improvement grant from the state we applied for the new model playground. I was very disappointed about that. We did receive the grant award the last 2 years, so and they don't tell you what factors into the decision, but we did apply for the new model playground, and we will be looking to apply for funds again in the next round. We did receive that grant this year. We also talked about the progress on the scoreboard installations, and that it's moving along. We've done a technical report, and the timeline is tight. We're still looking at that completed as projected, and that's what we're talking about this evening.
Okay, we have a public comment on agenda items only, and I would state a public comment, except the microphone is safe.
college plus program that is going to be, where teachers are going to be trained in. And I was wondering why that was chosen. And also, when I was looking at it, it was $12.50, what is that, per teacher, or is that the local training?
It's per teacher inclusive of all the materials for the program. Morphology is the follow-up to work in Gillingham, K-2. It's a science-based reading program. We've seen extreme benefits for that in our K-2 population in moving towards a more science-based approach for literacy instruction. This is the 3 through 5 companion to that, really based in word studies.
And how come that was switched away? Because about 11 years ago, you had so many teachers trained in Wilson. And at that time, there was so many trained, and you've had training over years, it was never fully complete.
So Wilson is usually an intervention-based program. It's not something you implement with your entire student population, whereas Orton Gillingham is a program that is for the entire student population. Wilson is used a lot of times in our special education classrooms. Teachers utilize skills for multisensory approaches to literacy instruction in intervention settings, special ed settings. So while Wilson is one program, it's more about multisensory approach. And Wilson is really reserved for intervention and special education, whereas Orton Gillingham is a program that's for all of our students and all of our learners.
Were they using just words?
From Words Their Way, we have found that to not be an ideal companion to our Orton Gillingham program, particularly in the development of student vocabulary, which is the focus at grades 3 through 5 through the dissection of words.
But is Wilson still being used as an intervention?
It can be if the teacher is trained. Absolutely. We do still have teachers that are trained in Wilson. We do not specify in an IEP or an intervention plan what program we will utilize because it is more about a multisensory approach. Wilson is one approach and one tool.
So, for the children who are dyslexic in the district, are they the ones who are getting that intervention? The reason I'm asking this is because I had 2 children who were dyslexic going through the district, who, when you had Wilson, was not applied to them. Like, there was no separate takeout. It was always like, hodgepodge of this, we're going to use this, we're going to use that, we're going to use this, but there was nothing done in fidelity. So when I saw this coming out, I just want to make sure that things are going to be used in fidelity when you're putting out such a huge.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we have seen a lot of benefit to providing that program for our students with fidelity, in that we are seeing kids not coming through at our early elementary levels with gaps in their learning. And we are seeing more success. Again, we're just in the first few years of this, but we are encouraged by the fact that not only does Orton Gillingham in train teachers on the programmatic aspect, it trains them to be better teachers of reading in general, which is really important when you're dealing with students who have disabilities that involve reading, or even just students that may struggle and need a little more time or direct intervention and support. So we are really encouraged by the research, number one, because that's how we selected the program, and certainly by the outcomes of the students that have already had the program. So yes, we are using it with fidelity. It is a program that is seen to address students that have dyslexia. So we are really, really happy that we were able to launch this and get it off the ground, K-2, and certainly 3 to 5 was our next step for those reasons. And I believe that all of our K-2 teachers who have all had the training at this point and are utilizing this on a regular basis with fidelity are better teachers of reading for all of our students. So I'm confident in that.
Okay, and the last thing, I don't know, just when someone is retiring this year, and they're listed as being one of those getting trainees. So I don't know if we should be.
We'll take a look at that, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I'm going to ask the same thing. Can you please give us the numbers? Because it's really hard to comment on something that we don't have numbers for. And so before you close comments, we would like to actually see those numbers so that we can comment if you need to.
No, and I do have the numbers. I did bring them because I wanted to share them. This is not something that was supposed to be secretive.
Again, this is not against you. This is I appreciate you putting numbers, this is anger from the community because the
I
last
understand.
6 weeks have been
No, I
very
understand.
secretive, and this is us on guard.
No, I understand that completely, which is why I brought the numbers.
Okay.
Because I wanted to have information to share with you.
Okay, thank you.
So we did do an analysis, and our due diligence in comparing the weekly and, monthly cost of Champions versus YMCA, and I'll say it as I said it before. Every company has a standard rate that they propose to charge people, but when you are bigger, you have more leverage because you are going to generate more business from them. So we have the ability, because of our size, to negotiate those fees down. When you look at, they also have a first entry point and a second entry point, similar to how the YMCA structures it, like if you drop off before this time and that time, how much it will be. For one, I'll just use an example. I'll use the 5-day-a-week example because it's probably easiest. So for the YMCA at 5 days a week, if you're dropping off as early as possible, it costs for one student $200. That is what we currently our contract is. With Champions, if you are a 5-day-a-weeker and coming in at that first wave, 7 a.m., right when they open, it's $188. That's an apples to apples comparison. The PM session, I'll go with the same thing. If you are the latest pickup possible, so 6 p.m. on both ends. The YMCA for all 5 days is $307, and Champions is $284. These are actual figures that are given to us by Champions in our contract. They have to abide by that. So those are the numerics. Our goal is to certainly publish, the company has to also publish them out to parents too, because again, we are the host, they are the vendor. And as I said earlier, and I'll just highlight again some of the features that we deem to be superior, and not that we haven't had a great relationship with the YMCA, because we're not saying that we didn't, but because we are required to go out to the competitive contracting process, it gave us an opportunity to explore other options. And we went into it saying, look, if it's not superior in a lot of ways, that it's not, we probably won't make that move this year. However, from a programmatic standpoint, what I observed and the feedback I received firsthand, and I'm not taking this from other people, I went there with the group. It was above what we see school to school across the district. It also has greater flexibility for drop-ins. Even if there is an upcharge, most places would have an upcharge, I would think, because they're gonna have to staff that potentially differently on any given day, or have people on call, or whatever it might be. We do have the ability in our Title I schools where there will be food provided for our students, breakfast, a hot meal at dinner time. We have a school-wide program in our district currently. And the ability of holiday care. YMCA does not offer holiday care on site. Champions would, whereas when we're closed for spring break or winter recess, there would be care available in addition to the potential for a summer program for our students. In absence, and especially with our summer programming that we had, provided academically being something that we're going to have to reduce over time. So when we do this, we do it by committee. It's not me or any one person making that decision. And there is a rubric that we use to score it, and certainly a process for how we have to post that information and when and how we share that with both the vendors that were involved and the school community. So this is like step one.
All right, so my question is, like, you just gave generals, not specifics. And as parents, we want specifics. Like I said, I gave you data. I gave you a perfect example of, before you vote on it. I gave you a perfect example of when I called them and they gave me the current rates of Keensburg. They specifically said also things like, you have to pay for 1 to 3 days.
That is not our
one
contract.
Right, but again, we haven't seen that. So
Right,
before you vote on something, we're asking to say, yes, we're switching companies. I think as parents, we deserve to see
We
what
would
our
never
rates will
select a
actually
program
be.
that was a disadvantage.
But a
to
few
our
years you were
families.
going, I know it was not you were not there, but a few years they were going to.
Right, no, and I am telling you the numbers, I brought them purposely to share, because I knew there would be questions, and I didn't want the community to feel they were uninformed. But again, I'll go back to the fact that this is how the competitive contracting process works.
And I agree with
And
that.
here's the rock and the hard place. We need an on-ramp
to be able to give this company time to be able to onboard our community and any employees that want to come from YMCA potentially to Champions, because they will entertain people from YMCA applying if they so choose, so there would be consistency potentially with some of the staff members. That is always a given when we have these changes in programs, for the most part. So if we table this to have Champions provide extensive information, we're bumping up against a timeline that I don't know that Champions can accommodate.
Okay, so then I'll ask a personal question, that I want to know what my rate's going to be. If you want to keep it that way, that's fine, but I want to know what my rate's going to be. Yes. I drop off at I do 3 days a week. I drop off at 7:45 and I pick up at 5.
Well, I would have to do, I could get that to you. I want to be able to
Okay,
do
so
that
tell me what the
accurately
rate is for
instead of
3
on the
days a
spot. 3 days a week,
Dropping off at 7:45.
7:45. You would be paying $68 for the morning.
Per week.
Per week.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then what time do you pick up?
5 o'clock.
3 days, you're paying $120 per week for that pickup.
No, these are monthly.
Monthly, I'm sorry, monthly.
All right, so these rates are monthly or weekly?
Monthly, Amy?
Monthly, the YMCA rates.
I'm
I
reading
just
3
wanna-
days per
I
week,
just
that's
want to
why.
clarify, the YMCA rates that we're using are the ones that they submitted with their proposal for next year.
Yeah, the YMCA rates are
They're
monthly.
next year's rates.
Yeah, so they may actually be higher than what you're paying this year, but.
Right, not by much,
Right.
but yes. But what I'm asking is $68 per week or $68 per month?
Per month, Amy?
Per month, right. The YMCA for 3 days was proposing $85 for a 7:45 drop-off, and Champions was proposing $68 for 3 days a week for 7:45.
Can we clarify with Champions to make sure, because
Champions 100% less, I'm looking at.
and they said monthly, because on their website, everything for every other district, they say
They
weekly.
billed per week, they proposed us with a weekly rate, which we then multiplied to a monthly
We
rate.
extrapolated it out for
Comparison.
monthly.
You did,
So
okay.
this is the information that is based on the information that was submitted in their contract to us. So
So-
it's exactly what they have to abide by with us.
So they will say, offer us the prorated amount depending on your usage, as opposed to a flat rate.
Yes. So there's the.
And when can we
schedule
expect-
changes, no charge for, no penalty for schedule changes, no charge for vacation weeks if you're on vacation, you don't have.
Okay, but then you just said right there, no charge for vacation.
But if you
weeks.
don't
That
want to
means-
participate, not everybody uses the vacation care.
Oh, you're talking about the extra.
No, I'm not talking about the break, I'm saying if you were away for a week when school was in session.
But you also don't have to use the holiday weeks either, you're not obliged to pay and participate.
And when will we have access to the exact rates?
As soon as we can get the contract approved and we can get Champions to start publishing information to our school community. But we know what's in the contract, which is why we're sharing this tonight, the actual numbers. We know that it's less expensive.
Right, but if you guys know what's in the contract, why can't we know what's in the contract?
We're going to share that, but we also have to get the contract approved in order to be able to move forward.
So
because
you
again,
have to not tell us what the contract is.
I'm telling you what the contract is.
But we don't have a copy of that. So we don't actually know.
Champions will publish that out and on-ramp our parents. I'm sorry that you don't trust the fact that we're telling the truth, but these are the numbers. These are the numbers, so.
My name is Lauren. I'm 20 years old and I've lived in Belford my entire life. I went to Bayview, I went to Bayshore, and I went to North. I only know Mr. Cullen up here. He was my assistant principal at Bayshore and my principal here. And I'm gonna try and say this without crying. I have spent the last year of my life giving to the YMCA to make my kids safer and happier at my school. And you people took that away from me. For what? There's no rhyme or reason. Now I'm out of job, and my kids are gonna be asking your KC Champions, where the heck's Miss Lauren? And that's not fair to them. You're all about the children, yet you have no care in the world what they're gonna think about this. They're not old enough to speak for themselves, and that's the hell why I'm here. It is unfair to them, and none of you give a damn, and it's obvious. It's obvious with everybody who's fought with you tonight. It's obvious with every board meeting that I've watched via your live streams. You don't give a damn about these children. I do. And you're taking that away from them. The YMCA is an amazing program. They've changed me for the better in the last year. After college, after high school, I was going to go into the Air Force National Guard. I had surgery on my tailbone, and they deferred me for 24 months. That's 2 years. I'm in that 2-year process right now. I've struggled through different jobs, and the YMCA is the only place where I felt comfortable to be myself. And you guys are just taking that away. These kids, they feel comfortable with us. I spent the last 8 months giving my worst days being their superheroes. And that's going to be gone, because I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know what possessed you to not continue your contract with the YMCA, but
I just want to clarify that we were required to go out for a competitive bid. This was not, the process was not a choice. We didn't choose to say we are unhappy with the YMCA, but it is part of our due diligence to take that competitive process and investigate all options.
I'm just letting you know.
And I appreciate what you're saying.
I'm just letting you know right now, I know plenty of parents and plenty of workers that are loyal to the YMCA.
Okay.
And if they're leaving, so is your profit. So is all the money you plan on making with this company. And I'm going to leave it at that before I cross the line. The YMCA is an amazing organization. The kids are happy, they are safe, their program is amazing. And I don't recall any of you being in my building watching what I do with my children every day. Because I make a damn difference in their lives. Every supervisor for every elementary school in Middletown makes a difference in their kids' lives.
Katie Rector with Leonardo School District. A couple things. One, on the budget conversation, not the budget conversation, but the finance conversation. I don't know what's going on with this Monmouth playground, but is there something that we can put into the funds that if we do the 10.1, which we're doing, that helps move the new Monmouth playground or build a new one? I keep hearing that it costs more money to move an existing playground down the road than it does to build a new one. And they were upset that they didn't get a $65,000 grant, which to me to move a playground for $65,000, and that was the grant that they wanted, is ridiculous. I'm pretty sure if we knew what the requirements were around moving this playground and how to do it, that this group of parents, in conjunction with all of Middletown, could help with this playground. So if we can't put it in the budget, let us know what needs to be done so this group of people can help get that done. I don't even know which one.
I know we
Is what you're saying.
We brought this up in facilities, we were trying to see if that was feasible to be done, and I believe the consensus was it couldn't be done, but we did bring this up to see why don't we move Port Monmouth to the
Can we get some of the information on why it can't be again? Can we resurrect that?
I myself am waiting for that.
Based upon the age of the equipment and does, the cost to dismantle it, transport it, reassemble it, comparing that to how old the equipment is and how much more life it would have in it, it is deemed to be better to purchase the equipment to have installed right at the moment.
Okay. Are those numbers that we could look at, take an idea on how to make that go forward, and or just, can we plan for that in this 10.1? I think it would probably fit now, right?
I mean, I know New Monmouth has a group of parents, a coalition that is working on this as a bigger project. I mean, the grant that we were trying to get for them was a piece of a larger project that they're doing. So we're going to have continued conversations with them on how that's going to move forward.
Okay, I just want to say probably for everybody in here, I think we'd all be willing to help with that if it needs to be helped. And those kids deserve a nice playground. My second point is that the YMCA, I don't know the details of the deals and the RFPs. I think what's really being asked from this group is, when will the information be published? Will there be time for us to take a look at that? I know that there's a lot of people in this room, myself included, my kids use the app Y Aftercare. We loved it, and my kids are begging to go to Y Kids half the time when I'm sending them home on the bus. We want to know what we can do. Is there an opportunity for the Y to match the RFP? Is there an opportunity for the Y to discuss having, what are these better programs or better processes that the Champions is offering? And is there a chance for the Y maybe to come up and meet that if it truly is a better program? I will say I'm happy with the Y Kids. I think you guys have done a great job, and I'm all for it. So I know hard decisions have to be made, and we all are looking at money, right? So RFPs have to happen, but maybe there's an opportunity to work with a group that has been steady and consistent and a not-for-profit, and it's just out for the good of the children. So.
Here at Sadie at Shire Drive, Middletown. In reference to the personnel section, I just wanted to thank two retirees. Mr. Brennan, one of my son's favorite teachers, he is a fixture at High School South, and he will be greatly missed. At Thompson, Mrs. Salat, who is probably one of the most phenomenal co-teachers I've ever run into in this district. Started in the high school, came to the middle school, not sure if it would be a fit, and she blew it away. So she will be missed incredibly. Also, item 11I, I'm glad to see we're finalizing on HOMO. I couldn't really hear Amy that well about the reimbursement agreement with the township. I don't know how much they're expecting to be reimbursed, but I would hope that they would remember that when they wanted to rent out Corrigan Hall to Trinity Hall, we gave them the Lincroft Annex for $1 a month. And we incurred thousands and thousands of dollars to remove oil tanks so that they could inhabit that space for $1 a month as rent, I believe, or was it $1 a year? So I hope the township is not nickel and diming us on something so that we can finalize this sale on Como. So I apologize, I couldn't hear how much it was, but I just want to remember the kindness of what we did for them.
It's a cap of $10,000 on the sunk cost.
Okay, all right, just saying. Also, I don't know what can be done, but I just want to talk about decorum. I have plenty of arguments. I've debated with Jackie, I've debated with Frank, I think I've debated with probably everybody on this board. But I don't understand why we have to get so nasty, and we allow it. We allow the heckling. I look at the children in the audience and I cringe. So I don't know if there's something that we can do, but also some of the things that are thrown around make me very twitchy. When I hear about a cushy job in the district, they are referring to a young man that interned for 4 years of his high school years, overcame challenges to get a part-time job at our district, and then earned a full-time job even beyond getting over whatever special needs and challenges he has. Shame on them. We should be hiring more children like that. And I think the slinging has to stop. Has to stop. So I hope we can do that.
Thank you so much.
And we've argued, Jackie, we argue, but, we have different.
We can debate with you anytime.
Yeah, but you can do it in a constructive manner. And I don't know if security or somebody, the heckling, you can't hear back there, it's just not appropriate. Thank you.
Sarah Giordano, 34 James Street, Lincroft. I'm a parent of 2 children who are in kindergarten and 3rd grade at Lincroft Elementary. And my children attend the Y-Care program in the morning and in the afternoon. My son started in kindergarten, and we've had nothing but very good experiences with the teachers and administrative staff at the YMCA. Yesterday, we, along with the teachers of the program, very abruptly learned that the care of our children was being turned over to a for-profit company. There was no formal notice, except from the Y themselves, who also seemed to be blindsided. If any of you have children that attended the Y program or at some point daycare, you might understand how difficult it is to entrust someone else with your child's care. My husband and I both work outside of the home, and I have a very lengthy commute. My 6 and 9-year-olds are at school before many of their peers are even awake. This isn't something anyone in our home is excited about. However, it is a necessity in order for us to be at work on time. The mom guilt weighs very heavily. That being said, my mind was immediately put at ease on day one when I met Miss Linda. She, Miss Lynn, Miss Barbara, and the other teachers know every single child in their care. They're attentive, experienced, structured, kind, and have a relationship with the school. They genuinely care about my children, so much so that my kids sometimes tell us that we pick them up too early. Likewise, I have found the administrative staff at the Y to be extremely responsive and flexible. I'm not a mom that just drops her kids and leaves for the day without a second thought. I have high standards for those I entrust the care of my children to. I do not trust a new company to take over the care of my children when they have been with people whom I know have their best interests at heart. There was previously mentioned that the new program has been deemed better after a facility visit. How many times have you visited the Y Care programs? How many children have you spoken to that are now devastated at the thought of losing their teachers? How many parents have you asked for feedback? The parents who send their children every day need to decide what's the best option. I also need to address once again the lack of transparency to parents, the lack of empathy for the children this will impact, and the lack of respect shown to the teachers and other staff at the YMCA who have dedicated so much of their time and energy to our children. The lack of foresight as to how this will also impact the additional services the Y contributes to our schools, such as counseling. We're all people. We're not numbers on a chart or spreadsheet. My children are not faceless components to a business model. Decisions impact real human beings. When I called the board office yesterday to express my concerns, I was told that there probably wasn't a lack of transparency, as this was probably published in a newspaper since there was an RFP. I was then transferred to a voicemail box and have yet to receive a response. I try to make myself as informed as possible when it comes to my children. I will be watching more closely from now on. In fact, I now have several questions about the reduction in support staff that was on the screen earlier. I also question how much these outside consultants are being paid when we're talking about harnessing the talents of our teachers for self-professional development. So now we find ourselves in a room full of many people who are feeling strong emotions because they're hurting. Parents and students who are panicked at the idea of losing their neighborhood schools, teachers concerned about losing their jobs, and now a group of working parents who might need to make a difficult decision as to who will care for their children before and after school. Not to mention, foot the bill for the increased revenue promised from this company over the next few years. I have no doubt that prices will increase while the quality of care decreases. I know many factors brought us here. I strongly suspect that mismanagement and misplaced priorities were some of those contributing factors. So, please put the children first this time by reconsidering the replacement of the YMCA and forming a committee of actual stakeholders involved. Not paid consultants, but the actual people being impacted. Our children losing their Y Care teachers and parents losing their peace of mind is not the answer.
Microphone doesn't explode. Thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Casey Tumblety, and I'm a current assistant site supervisor for Leonardo Grade School, who by the way, is a proud man with autism who is more than capable of writing a poem, can drive, can go on dates, and all that good stuff. Unlike a certain politician. Anyway, I better get cut to the chase. As much as I really don't want to make this a war on words or anything like that, everyone's opinions are valued. But my time during the Y, for the last 6 years, it's not just about the fact that the Y trusted me to take care of the kids for the last 5.5 years. Well, for my supervisors up there, they would understand. It's not just about employment or emotions, but does anyone see this? This is an actual kid's drawing when we found out about how crucial this vote is today. It just comes to show you that none of us are blabbing out of our rear ends. Anyway, after listening to all the strong opinions and such, and again, no disrespect to KC champions or anything, I'm sure they have some bright ideas, but unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I'm not really buying it because there's a couple of things. Like, for example, I researched it, and according to the data, guess how many minutes KC Champions allows their kids to go out? 15 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as much as education is very important, and we want everyone to be literate, shouldn't there be a balance between education and imagination? Shouldn't the kids be empowered to become what they're not? In other words, my question to you is, aside from saving revenue, what is your solution to the imbalance of education versus imagination? Whatever happens tonight, we will move on, do our best to move with dignity. Think about the children. We're all the children. Thank you very much for listening, and may the best side win.
Hi, my name is David Bober. I live at 31 Green Grove Court in Lincroft. I came to speak in support of the Y. If I had known this was going to last 5 hours, I'd have a hamburger or something before. My new friend Sarah said everything that I wanted to say, but much more eloquently, so I defer to her. But I just want to say, as a parent and as somebody that comes from a family with 2 working parents who both have long commutes, I've learned a similar scenario. I've come to rely on the Y. I trust my child. My child's been with the Y for the last 3 years. Miss Linda, Miss Lynn, the other employees at the Y have just been nothing short of wonderful. I find them, I trust them with my children. I trust them to be the role models for my children. I was dismayed to learn that you're planning to switch. It's tough for me to give comment. You know, the 4-page or 5-page attachment that you gave us says there were 2 components to the proposal, tuition and revenue share. And then you told us how much revenue was going to be shared, but you didn't tell us what the tuition was going to be. Superintendent, Dr. Hawthorne, I take your word for it that you have some numbers in front of you that are lower. It's tough for me to give comments without being able to sit down and compare my family situation. But I do look at the numbers and I see that this company, which by the way, you know, I looked it up a little bit, you know, you're purporting to transfer the care of the children from a local not-for-profit to not global, a ginormous, the largest child care provider in the United States that operates in 40 states. It's based in Oregon. It has 2,500 child care centers, 1,000 aftercare facilities with $2.6 billion in annual revenue. You know, when I call the Y, when I email the Y, Lisa answers, and she answers my calls. I am a little afraid that you're going to put me in touch with a company that makes me talk to a robot in Oregon on Pacific time zone time or something like that. But I just don't know. I don't have enough information to really give a comment on any of those things. But the other thing that I would like to suggest is that lowest tuition or maximization of revenue should not be the driving factor in this decision. Even if you get $500,000 versus $200,000 in revenue, we just listened to 3 hours about talking about a $180 million budget. So I think we're talking about a 0.1% difference So to me, the quality of care that's provided to the children and the enrichment programs they have, to me, should be much more important than the tuition rates or the maximization of revenue. I, for one, would rather, even if it is cheaper, I'm skeptical that a giant publicly traded corporation that operates for the benefit of its shareholders is really going to be cheaper and, maximize enrichment for my kids. It just seems clear to me that what was the most important factor here was the amount of revenue sharing, and I know that's the case because when you put your selection criteria, the factor that you gave the most weight, the heaviest factor, was tuition rates and compensation and revenue sharing. That's 30% of the weight. A lower factor was student safety. So you're on record saying that you valued the amount of revenue you would receive more heavily than student safety, academic assistance and enrichment opportunities, plans for communication with school officials and parents, options for enrollment, and ability to meet diverse student needs. All of those things were less important than the amount of revenue you're going to get. That's what you put on the website. So
That's what the RFP process entails us to do.
to put revenue sharing over student safety.
Those are the weightings.
What?
Those are the weightings for an RFP for an aftercare program.
We developed the rubric for the RFP, but when you go through a process, a competitive contracting process like this, and it is subject to the rules of the local public contracts law, this is actually a replacement for just putting something out for a straight out bid. If we didn't do this process, the other option.
Well, I understand that there's an RFP, but the way you give each factor is.
Can I finish what I was going to say? So this process does allow us to not only look at the financial piece of it, but also to look at the other metrics and not just go on the financial proposal. So that is the advantage of doing it in this way.
Anybody understand that? I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
I can further examine it. Otherwise, if you do a bid, you're just strictly locked into, when you put something out the bid, you have to take the lowest cost. It doesn't matter what the product is. So this allows us to evaluate it on multiple metrics and not just look at the financial.
I'm not criticizing looking at multiple metrics. What I'm saying is that the way you assign the metrics, you emphasize revenue sharing over student safety.
Right, well, the law does say that the emphasis should be given to that. So, although we gave it more weight than other factors, there are still 4 other factors besides the financial piece.
All right.
So overall, it's not the majority of the metrics.
Just the most important.
Well, it's 30% out of 100.
Got it, thanks.
Okay. Hello, my name is Lisa Nicoletti. I currently reside in Belford, Middletown. One of the perks, my husband grew up in this area, and one of the perks that we moved here was for the school system. We have 2 children, one who's graduating from high school north. We have one in Bayview, and I'm here in support of the YMCA at Bayview Elementary. I apologize, I'm exhausted, so I may not be as eloquent as I planned, and my phone is in my bed. So all my notes are detailed, so I'm just going to speak from my heart. As a mother and as an educator in almost 15 years of experience, we always take as a priority relationships, and not just relationships as an educator with our students, but also the relationships that we have with parents. And one thing that I can speak and testify to is that the YMCA staff and the students and everyone that you come into, you meet with, they take pride in not only building their relationships up with the students that they know by name, their food, their appetites, their schedules, what is going to take them off and what's gonna calm them down, but also the relationships that they have with the parents. And I can testify that without a doubt, that my youngest one, who's going into second grade, who needs a high-structured environment, who does need to know what's coming right after with a structured routine and runs on just a routine of expectancy for his comfort level and his anxiety, that I know that he's going to be okay. And for me, the change of going from one situation to another, it makes me nervous and anxious. And for them, they are scared and vulnerable. And for us, to put ourselves in that situation, it makes me wonder, and as an educator, I know that there's policies and protocols that you have to follow. I've been to those meetings before, but as an educator and as a parent, the relationships is what's key. And the YMCA is family first. And I also know that the DC champions, I've talked to former employees there, and they have pros and cons, but they have always said that the YMCA was incomparable, was better in which they were focused on making sure that the children had everything that they need. And as a parent, that's my biggest concern, is I don't know if I would feel safe handing my child over to someone that I don't know. My child who is vulnerable and who does not know how to speak up for himself, even with navigating. So that makes me do question, and I know at some point the prices and that would all be exposed, and we all have that to see down the road when it's available. But for me as a parent, it makes me wonder, do I send my child back? Do I send my child even back into that school, or do I take him with me to my school? Because I know that that's where he would be safe, and I would have his best interests at heart. So I would encourage you, and I would hopefully as a parent, and I know I'm sure you all have children, either young or old, and in school as well, that you would take that into consideration, not just look at the numbers, but then look at the relationships that our children have with the staff and with their parents.
Hi, Melissa McAleer again. I'm exhausted as well, so I just wanted to flag a few things in terms of the Casey vendor. When I heard this morning that there was a change, I actually looked them up because I'm doing research, and there were a couple things that I think were concerning to me. One being that it's definitely like somebody mentioned, one of the largest for-profits. And there is a huge push, as we know, in privatizing a lot of services that are provided for school children. I usually don't pay attention to Yelp and whatever, but the predatory nature of the billing is a recurring theme in a lot of the feedback. So that was a little bit concerning to me. And I think looking at your numbers, clearly there is over doubling over the next 5 years in terms of the expected revenue, 10%.
Well, that's what they proposed in their contract.
So from a contractual perspective, I would definitely urge that we look at maybe extending those rates that you talked about being advantageous over a 5-year period.
We renegotiate that rate every year. So because they're year-to-year contracts. Well, we can extend out to 5, yes.
That's my concern, right?
Yes.
So this year it's advantageous, next year a little less, and in 5 years we're going to be doubling. So what I'm seeing here is that
The revenue is doubling.
the benefit
The revenue for the district.
Yes.
Yeah.
But who's going to pass, that cost is going to get passed on to us.
They have assured us that they are committed to staying in line. We've even talked about a rate freeze over the course of the first 3 years if we were to keep them. So this happens with the Y every year, where we negotiate the rate with the YMCA too. So it's a year-to-year contract that we have the opportunity to extend out for 4 successive years after that initial contract is approved. And in that process, we do negotiate the rate.
And again, you know, assurances are great. I'm an attorney by background, so unless it's in writing, I really don't care.
We do have those things in writing because they did submit a proposal, so they have to abide by that proposal.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. They submitted a proposal, and you said that they provided assurances that those rates are not going to go up.
They project out the rates, what they anticipate them to be, but they also put in there that those rates are agreed upon year to year. And Mrs. Doherty has had conversations with, you know, the provider to ensure that those things are part of their competitive proposal. So we're comfortable, and that is the same exact process we follow with the YMCA every year as well. There are not, you know, rate lock-ins, so every year we talk about, you know, what that rate will be and how it stays affordable for our families. And that negotiation has to happen every year because the contract's only for 1 year.
Thank you for that. I also called them, because, like I said, I like doing research, and I had a nice conversation with the woman. She was actually very helpful, and some of the things that I think, you know, I was not aware of that I think are different in terms of their pricing structure is, for example, they indicated that if you have a week-to-week contract or a week-to-week agreement, you actually, as a parent, have the proactive responsibility of providing the schedule for the following week by Wednesday, because that's when they make their schedule. And if you're not actually are taking that proactive step, if you forget as a parent or something changes, you will actually be charged an ad hoc drop-in rate. So again, I would urge, you know, as you're having these discussions, I would definitely...
Good information, and, you know, certainly we can look into that. That was not something that I was aware of, but, you know, that's not a question that necessarily may come to mind at first pass.
Absolutely.
So I
just
appreciate
wanted
that.
to share
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
One of the other things that they had indicated, as I said, what would be some additional charges, extra fees? They indicated actually that if it's a half a day, the charge will be more. So currently, when we have a half a day, obviously the Y is there, and instead of dropping our kids up at 3 o'clock, we drop them off at 1, and it's the same price. I was told, again, speaking to the woman today, that would be an additional charge, because it would be more hours. So again, something as we're discussing to please, you know, make sure you look into it.
And again, these are all negotiated items too, so.
Sure, absolutely, but again, trying to flag that.
Yeah.
The last thing that I just wanted to flag was when I spoke with her, I asked her what was the ratio of provider or a caregiver to child. She did not have that information. She said she's not aware. I said, well, you know, it's a large company. You know, I'm just trying to understand what the firm-wide policy is on that. She did not know. She took the time to actually call an area provider, I think, who is sort of responsible now for Fort Monmouth, which, you know, I guess she left a message. And what, again, you know, it was a little surprising that she would not have that information. I kind of looked it up, again, looking kind of more broadly, and according to Google, which obviously is not 100% correct, but Casey Champions does not publicly disclose its specific child-to-teacher ratios. However, some examples were being provided here for mixed age group is a 27-to-2 ratio. And then for older children, that would be a 17-to-2. So again, a little bit different than what we're expecting and what we would.
And we have not received, and listen, we not only do the RFP process, but we pursue the references as well, because there are other local school districts using this program. And the feedback that we received from those other school districts utilizing has been extremely positive. We were able to meet with the regional manager for the area as well. And we had a real positive feedback from that experience, as well as the site visit to the actual program, where there was a balance of activities. There was a relationship with staff and students similar to the WISE relationship. I know change is hard, but you know, these aren't decisions we take lightly, but certainly the competitive process exists for this reason, to explore other things, and, you know, this all goes into the equation of, you know, when is the right time to do something like this? And we didn't go into this thinking, let's switch from the why. We went into this saying, we're gonna go through the process and see what exists, and we're gonna look at all the components and try to make the best decision on a multitude of factors for our district and, of course, our students and our families.
I can totally appreciate that. I think what my concern was when I saw this on the agenda was that, in speaking with you just now, those are some of the things that weren't even on everybody's radar. So what exactly are we voting on today if we still have so many unknowns with respect to this new vendor? Right? And I think that's my concern, that we're just gonna lock ourselves in and then we're gonna be like, oh, well, this is not what we expected. Right, so I'm just really, you know, trying to make sure that you have all the information that I was able to get in one day, you know.
And the information that we have, we were comfortable moving forward, because we felt that even with some of the things that you mentioned, and I, not knowing the class student to staff ratio, I'm comfortable with that because we've seen it on site. I talked to the regional manager. We felt really comfortable with the quality of the program and the caliber of the staff that they were hiring. And they will even hire some of the people that are working in the Y if they so choose. You know, there are some advantages to that for the transition into, you know, employment with them if they so choose. They don't have to. But we felt there were enough pieces that we felt were superior to what we were receiving at this point in structure and programming for our students, and certainly the benefit of a lower price point for our parents and a higher revenue generation. You know, those are all things that went into this equation.
And I hope you're right. Thank you.
Good evening. As part of my job, I have the privilege of listening to public
I'm
comment.
sorry, sir, can you just
Oh,
say
sorry.
your name?
Yep, Jeff Warshauer, sorry.
Thank you.
Jeff Warshauer, Monmouth Ave, Newsink. So as part of my job, I have the privilege of listening to public comment. So I appreciate this opportunity, and I appreciate everyone who comes and speaks to advocate for what's important for them. Before I get into my prepared remarks, I just wanted to also quickly comment on what Mr. Tolf said previously on the lesser evil perspective. And, you know, generally I very much agree with what you had to say. I was not expecting to come to this meeting and not have a compromise in place that everyone's going to vote on, but I think if we've learned anything over the last 6 weeks is that we can't be passive participants in this, right? So we have to be active in the process. We can't expect for things to come to us. And if there are things that are missing, we have to go and we have to ask questions. We have to ask the president what's going on. So I hope you take that into consideration going forward. So let me leave here by saying thank you. Thank you for choosing not to close schools next year in a manner that I thought was wildly rushed and ill-conceived. I know we will face many hard decisions ahead, and I'm confident that the research and analysis strategic planning undertakes will continue to support the position that closing schools will remain the worst of many uncomfortable choices faced by future Middletown boards of education. I am an eternal optimist. After witnessing some positive developments that we have collectively made over the past 6 weeks, I would like to list off a few items I hope we will continue to make progress on in the very near term. For tonight, let me simply focus on good governance. It's a very sleepy topic, so for 11:30 at night, I guess it's appropriate. When it comes to good board governance, there are things we take for granted or just assume are in place for everyone's benefit. A couple quick items with respect to this current Board of Education come to mind. Today, there is a high concentration of power when it comes to the current board president. Power vacuums generally lead to the improper functioning of a board and negative outcomes on matters of board oversight. It is not far-fetched to say that many of these recent board issues could be the result of a lack of board independence. Good governance dictates that the president should never be the chair of the finance committee. Mr. Capone is both board president and finance chair, so please, let's fix that. This board has many committees, and it is not clear to many, including myself, what these committees do. Let's fix this by drafting some simple committee charters so everyone, including the board members themselves, understand their responsibilities. Current President Mr. Capone is also on the Shared Services Committee, which apparently is the critically important arm of the Middletown Board of Education in dealing with the town. In addition to adding a charter so we understand the remit of shared services, it probably makes sense to expand the committee beyond its 2 current members due to the significance. Further, the board does not currently have a legal and audit committee, whose responsibility, among many, is generally the management of risk. The board should create this committee at a minimum, or designate these oversight responsibilities to an existing committee, which would be made explicit in a committee charter. These are just some of the low-hanging fruit. Things the public, like myself, assumed were in place, but upon review find that they are not. And given the recent tumult, are probably not surprised by this fact. To this end, members of the Save Our Schools are compiling some best practices to pass along to the board to consider implementing. It is my hope that some of these simple first steps will help ensure we do not repeat past mistakes. We look forward to continue working with you for the benefit of our schools and communities.
Sorry, I really want to just cover the YMCA stuff and the aftercare. Most of it's been covered, but I'm going to speak up. The recommendation letter shared the revenue details with
I'm sorry, ma'am, can you just please state your name?
Anthea Oatridge, Florence Road, around the corner. My daughter's at Bayview. So you've covered my first thing, which was, is it affordable for us? It was not shared. Most of us here were coming up to speak to you about it. There's no transparency. You can't bring this to us without sharing that information. You're happy to tell us how much revenue you'll make, but not what's going to be a cost to the members. The second thing on the evaluation method, the financial component was 30%, which I think one of the gentlemen said, made up of tuition rates and the district revenue sharing. The procurement method said that the district shall award the contract to the contractor whose proposal is determined to be the most advantageous based on evaluation criteria. So within that 30%, is there a 50-50 of tuition to the district sharing? Because from what we can tell, the districts are going to make $1 million in 5 years. But we don't yet know, we don't have a contract signed. You said you're still negotiating. What our fees are going to be on top of that? I know you want to leave it as is with the Y, but we have to trust you, but you already know what your revenue share is going to be. The third thing doesn't seem to have any consideration for community feedback in the evaluation method. You explained to us what triggered the RFPs, but most of us have no complaints about what the Y offer. My daughter loves the program. She loves the staff. Ms. Lauren is one of them. So thing 3, you know, you've gone ahead, you want to make this proposal, you want to vote for it today, but there was no transparency for us, the parents, the community. We shared the news 48 hours ago, and then you shared what it's going to cost us at 10:45 tonight, when we finally got to that agenda item. So the last couple of weeks, it's clear that I understand we're looking for options to increase revenue, but at what cost to our school community, our local organisation, and I did say our family budgets because nothing's set in stone. I'm here to ask the voting members to revisit the proposal, look for more information, investigate what has been messaged and said today, and reject the recommendation. It's not advocating for the families, it's showing no loyalty to the provider that has stood with our community for 16 years. I'm guessing that the income generated from this program not only helps the Y here, but the bigger Y community. They have many programs from new parents, seniors, health, safety, access for all, veterans, whatever you go, it's there. The Y do it for us. And on a side note, they've been serving Monmouth County communities for 150 years, and now we've decided to go and support Middletown. So, please, hashtag support local.
Good evening. I wasn't planning to speak tonight.
Sorry, what's your name and address for the record?
Oh, sorry. My name is Belinda Broad, and I'm on Bell Street. And my son goes to Harmony Elementary School. I moved to Middletown in 2021, and I have loved it thus far. I have wonderful neighbors. The school district is wonderful. Though I did not have to deal with what some of the parents that were here today had to deal with, I understood their frustration, and I'm grateful that it went into their favor. I came simply tonight to advocate for the Y. I understand your role. I am a healthcare provider. I sit on wards. I am also a nursing educator. So I can understand how it feels to have to put protocols in place, have policies and regulations that you have to follow. But I think we all can agree that when it comes to our kids, all bets are off. Money doesn't always matter because we want the best for our children. Being at the Y, my son loves it. It's actually one of the best ways to wake him up. It's like, do you want to go to the Y today? And he's wide awake. Makes my life easier. I do have the option of working from home some days. And even on those days, he's out the house early because he likes to go to the Y. The choice of putting him at the Y was not something that came easy because they're long days. And you feel guilty as a mom that you have him there that long. But when he's happy to be there from day one, and the Y literally feels like you're literally dropping your kid to someone you trust, someone who has become an extended family, people who have become an extended family, you feel much better. I drop off my son about 7:30 in the morning, and I pick him up at 5. And I have no complaints. The staff has made me feel very, very safe. He has been happy. I came here tonight to absorb information about this new company. I did not have much time to really do my own research, so that was my point of coming tonight, to get some information, which, sadly to say, I don't feel like I got that much information. I kind of wanted to hopefully gain the information and see if we was going to be able to compare as parents the two options that we had. I think one of the things that we're struggling in Middletown right now is we have a little bit of, we're struggling with trust and transparency, which makes every option kind of difficult when we're just taking it from word of mouth. We want to see it, we want to compare it, we want to make sure that we're making the right choice for our kids, regardless of what the price is. In the past few years that I've been able to use the Y, I have been very content, and I really hope that we do get the chance to actually see it on paper, really get the research that we want and need, and that you guys make a decision that works for all of us as a whole. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for all that you guys are doing. It has been a very, very long day, and I'm sure for all of us, but I hope that we all can benefit from this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sue Griffin. I live on Holland Road in Middletown. First off, thank you all. I know this has not been an easy evening. Thank you for your service. It's a difficult job at best. In light of everything that's happened here, I'd like to know if you at all considered possibly separating from the 2% cap and moving the election so that the public can vote on the budget in the future. It is necessary to go above the 2%. Because I think we've seen that in this particular year specifically it is. That was one of the things. Secondly, in the future, especially since we're losing our hobbyists this year, possibly working with the New Jersey School Boards Legislative Committee, fellow school boards across the state, delegates assembly, school funding for the state is not just a Middletown issue, this is a statewide issue. We really need to dig in and work together across the state. We're not the only people in this boat. This is a deep issue that needs to be brought with our fellow constituents across the state. And yet, my last point, and it's just something that I'm a policy girl. Anybody who knows me knows I'm a policy girl. Something that somebody had said just kind of hit me. By policy, the board president is an ex officio member of all committees. So he has the right to go to any meeting at any time. So I just wanted to bring that. Thank you very much.
Hi, Lisa Williams. I live on Knowles Drive in Leonardo, and I know it's late and I'm tired, but speaking more emotionally out of this, my son is at Leonardo kindergarten. He loves it. He also, like you're saying, begs to go. He wakes up early. We've been in kindergarten for 6 years. Never once had that. We're in there now. They're fine. Like, my daughter is safe. She's taken care of. She has her best friend there, which is why she's there. But I'm very excited to get her out and to bring her to Leonardo, and the thought of the why just brings me joy. And the thought of having to put her back into that corporate world where it just stifles creativity, they have to follow certain steps, which is really, it's sad to watch what happens there. And then just the relationships that my son did in less than a year at the Y is more than he had in 6 years at kindergarten. So, love the Y. Thank you.
Did anyone else wish to make a public comment?
Sorry, Tom Zahner, Challenge Court. My son's in New Monmouth Elementary. I have a question about the foster care provider. How are they going to be staffing out for all the new positions? Are they going to be hiring, are they going to be bringing people from other programs that they have?
They would be hiring a full complement of staff for just us, and also providing the option for anybody employed with the Y that may potentially want to become employed by them.
So potentially they want more people from other programs or people that...
Well, they would be hiring new people to work in newly established programs. They're not going to take people from other programs because they're already working there and bring them here. We're not going to be sharing staff. They would be hiring staff for just our program.
Day one in September, when I drop my kid off, the people there, are they going to, will that be their first day ever being in the program?
Be in that program? Maybe be with us, but not in the program in general. I mean, there could be a mixture of things.
Right,
but they go through extensive training in order to be employed by the company that we be partnering in the vendor. Like, they don't just throw them in and say, here you go.
Oh, right. Background check.
Yes, there is an onboarding process that they have. Some of them might be people that they redistribute to other places because I'm certain, I've worked with a lot of aftercare programs over time. Often they reorganize year to year depending on the need because you never know what your enrollments will be from one school year to the next, dependent upon district, need, etc. So they would probably have a mixture of people that they maybe newly onboarded, brought over from another school district, or potentially hired from the YMCA, so they're familiar with our students. So it would be a combination, I would assume.
Right, so they will give the option to existing YMCA staff members to hire on potentially, and day one, People want new programs where there will be a mix of possibly bringing people who've done that before, but also people who have experience having kind of.
Yeah, I think it would be a combination.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Seeing no one else heard?
Sorry. Is the vote for the contract or the vendor?
The contract for the vendor.
You don't know what the contract is though, because you haven't negotiated it.
No. We know the rates for year one of the contract. The successive years of the contract, we negotiate a new contract with new rates. It's a singular contract every year with the option after year one of the contract to extend without going out for a competitive bid for 4 years. So we could use the vendor collectively for 5 years if we so chose without going out for a competitive bid again.
Yeah, hi. James McCollum, Bill Leonardo. I just don't think there's any world where a private company is going to offer better care than a nonprofit. And I think it's really naive to assume that's going to be the case.
And I appreciate and respect your comment, but we have lots of experience in dealing with the day-to-day with situations that evolve out of our aftercare program. So many of us administratively speak from experience, and these people here are fine examples of strong employees that do a great job, but that has not always been our experience. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, closing the public comment, moving on to, we have a couple of proclamations, School Principals Day. Therefore be resolved, Middletown Township Public Education do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 1st, 2025 as National School Principals Day in the Middletown Township Public Schools. We have Teachers Appreciation Day, therefore be resolved, Middletown Township Board of Education do hereby proclaim Tuesday, May 6th, 2025 as National Teacher Appreciation Day in the Middletown Township Public Schools. And we have School Nurse Appreciation Day, therefore be resolved, the Middletown Township School District do hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 7th as School Nurse Appreciation Day in Middletown Township Public Schools. Lastly, we have Special Education Week in New Jersey. Therefore be resolved, Middletown Township Public Education proclaims May 11th through 17th, 2025 as Special Education Week in Middletown Township Public Schools. I'm now going to turn over to Dr. Alphone for our superintendent.
It's anticlimactic right now, but I will say, we had our staff recognition program, so congratulations to all those staff members that were recognized. Our strategic planning day flyer will come out on Friday. And our graduation date reminder, our middle school graduations will be on June 17th. Thompson is at 1:30, Thorne is at 4, Bay Shore is at 6:30. Our high school graduations are on June 18th with a rain date of the 19th. High School South will be at 1:30 and High School North will be at 4. And thank you everybody for staying the course tonight and coming out and sitting here and spending hours with us. We look forward to the partnership and we've already had some great conversations. So like I said, the hard, but in my opinion, exciting work is just beginning. So thank you.
Okay, need a motion to approve 10A through C.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion to approve 11A through K.
Second.
All in favor? These are A through K, which is the business office consent agenda. Discussion or?
Yes, discussion.
Okay.
I'm going to be voting no on the legal bills.
We got Mark?
I'm going to be voting no on I.
Anyone else? Okay, motion to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed on the legal bills.
Opposed on I.
Abstentions? Motion to approve 12A through M. Recommendation of superintendent of schools consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I am opposed on the founded and yes on the unfounded on A.
Myself as well. Okay, we now move into old business. Anybody have any old business? New business, anybody have any new business?
I would like to do a RFP for legal services.
You want to do a motion, you said motion? Before what, I'm sorry?
An RFP for legal services.
Legal services. Second? Is
I'll
there?
second.
Okay, second on the floor. Amy, roll call.
Mrs. Caminiti?
Yes.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Mrs. Minimus?
Yes.
Mrs. Skolasky?
Yes.
Mr. Safarowski?
Yes.
Mr. Tully?
Sorry, is this for all legal services, for all different firms?
So legal, you said?
Legal services.
So,
So actually, that is a good point of clarification. We have
General
board
counsel.
attorney, legal attorney, and special education attorney.
General counsel.
So board attorney.
Board attorney.
Mr. Tully?
I'm in favor of A.
Mrs. Wright?
Yes.
Mrs. Tobacco? Mr. Capone?
Yes.
I'd also like to make a motion that the entire board be a part of that RFP process.
To do that, we have to be, such a. Okay. Is there a second? Second.
Who was the second?
I will.
Okay.
We do an RFP for the,
Make a motion.
motion for an RFP for the,
Wait, do we want to vote on this last one, on Jones? Well, the proposal, I'm going to discuss.
I can't hear you.
I guess the board like you to explain what your motion is.
My motion is to have the whole entire board sit in on the RFP process, which is the interviewing of the candidate.
In exec session or public session?
Whatever it has to be, I'm sure, whatever tell us. A special meeting to do it, however it has to be done, but I think we should all be included.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Oh, do you want to make another motion?
yeah, for an RFP for the property and casualty.
Second. Discussion? All in favor?
Yeah, I have a question. What was the one that you said was out of it, so you did that? And financing, yeah.
We talked about,
Potentially waiting, right?
I said that it wasn't urgent to do if you wanted to do it. I mean, the renewal is almost done for next year. So. We talked about the health benefits broker and saying that we should hold, that should stay in place.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Any motions? Okay.
When we do the property and casualty, do we also put the whole year?
Okay.
I'll second.
I think that was covered in the original.
I think that was all.
To do all of the RFPs together. Oh, okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, good. We're ready for it.
Any other motions? There's now public comment on non-agenda items. Anybody would like to make a public comment? Okay, motion to adjourn the meeting. Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Have a great night, everyone.